I want to tell you a mystical story about my grandfather and his friend, Old Man Isai. He is a shaman for the Nganasan people who lived and, I hope, still live in the lower reaches of the mighty Siberian Yenisei River. I must say right away, grandfather was a man who doesn't like to lie and compose. Each of his stories cost me dearly. Grandfather often resorted to an edifying tone in conversations. But if someone made a serious mistake, he immediately heard in his address not only a standard reproach, but also an instructive story from life. That day we were in the mood for a trip to the lake. We were equally fond of fishing, sitting in silence, and being alone with nature. Relaxation for the soul is the best opportunity to listen to your own thoughts. Our preparations took a minimum of time, and an hour later, we crushed the grass at the parking lot by the forest lake. It was difficult to get to it by car, steep banks, often growing trees, and the only road is broken by logging trucks and tractors. The car was left on the conspicuous edge of the forest and then went down to the water on foot. And they went down to the water on foot. We trod a path and then began to settle down. Along the way, my grandfather gave me valuable instructions, how I should walk in the forest, where to step, where to look, what to do if, and then an endless list of situations. In general, everything is as always. For a 16-year-old boy, it seemed like a boring moral lesson.
And remember, never go near puddles. If you see a clearing with a small puddle in the middle, do not dare to go out on it. Try to walk near the trees.
Why? Can a puddle swallow me up? I chuckled.
Yes.
Grandfather arched an eyebrow and looked at me sternly. Really?
Of course. It's called a mirror, a swamp like that. It is often found on Taimyr, and here it is rare, but it happens. There is a lake nearby, and how do you know what might happen?
I don't know why, but the image of an insidious swamp masquerading as a puddle impressed me. The rest of the day, I returned to this conversation and asked about these puddles any facts known to my grandfather. At the same time, grandfather kept silent and answered shortly. He pointed out that I had stopped fishing and was spoiling all his pleasure. I had to finish all the questions. But in the evening, when we got home, he suddenly started talking for no reason. It was a long and strange story about going to a graveyard. He told it to me, and I'll tell it to you. For convenience, I will speak on behalf of the direct participant of that campaign. It happened in late spring. That year the snow did not melt until mid-May. It is not surprising if you imagine a long-term life in the Taimyr wilderness. Here, apart from small craft villages and indigenous nomads, there is little to remind of the power of man over this land. From the management of the Artel, I received a few extra days for my vacation, but I didn't manage to leave the village for a trip, and most of the time I spent in a barrack, where my fellow villagers kept their boats and gear in winter. I was engaged in checking everything necessary for spring fishing and hunting for countless times. I was constantly tarring boats, weaving nets, stuffing cartridges for a gun. The workers from the weather station promised that spring would come suddenly. I was hoping that my long vacation would have a few days suitable for trekking in the taiga. The trek was planned as usual, to go out along the tributaries to the Yenisei and visit the lower reaches, where there is less competition and the place is rich. The vacation was slow. One could even say that a blissful timelessness had come, which I spent plunging into monotonous but interesting to me work. The snow was white outside the barracks windows. Every day the sun shone brighter and became warmer, and my hope grew. And as it happens, spring came in one morning. The thawing has become wider, the ice on the river has cracked, and village hunters showed up in the settlement. Among them was my friend Isai, an old man from the Nganasan people. The street became noisy. Dogs barked. Men loudly discussed plans for the upcoming season. Although, what were they discussing there? The season itself opens much later. Isai came to my barracks and began his leisurely conversation in the usual manner. His questions were about nothing. We talked about the weather, deer, motorboats, guns, new products in the store, the latest gossip, but the hunter very quickly moved on to an important matter for him. He needed money. The amount was modest, but for the old man it was very tangible, as much as 30 rubles for old money. Of course, I agreed to lend him the money. There was no limit to his gratitude. I don't know what he wanted to buy there, but the old man was very emotional, and he promised to repay me handsomely. I wonder what. Except to give me a hunting trophy, he had almost no money. The weather was very nice, and after another week and a half, I started going fishing. The ground had not dried out from the melted snow, and the roads looked more like a loamy mess broken by tractors. Fortunately, my whole journey was through river channels and branches. The motorboat was already on the water when a familiar raspy voice called out to me.
Sanya, where are you going?
Hello, Isai. I decided to go to the hair lip.
A good place. Very fishy.
The old man drawled thoughtfully, puffing on a cigarette.
Do you want to go together?
I can, but why do you need it?
I will repay the debt.
Isai nodded significantly and began to put his things into the boat in a masterly manner. Apparently, he was well prepared for the trip. There were a lot of things, and in weight they were almost heavier than the hunter himself. They were clearly supplies of everything necessary for a week-long outing. It didn't surprise me, but the outfit of my traveling companion was very remarkable. Around his neck hung several necklaces of those that the locals wore for the holidays. There was a very ordinary tambourine in the backpack on top, which made it impossible to tighten the bag with lacing. The set is clearly strange for a normal trip, and most importantly, it was as if he was waiting for my trip and preparing for it in advance. Have you decided to shamanize? I asked when we moved away from the shore, and the motor began to beat the screws evenly on the water, pushing the boat forward.
I just want to pay you a debt.
You can pay me back with animal skins.
No, collect it yourself, and I'll pay you back a real debt. You'll never forget it.
These words made me feel uneasy, but I had known Isaiah for a long time and understood that he would not harm me, although there were different rumors in the village. Some said that he was the last shaman among his people. He does not teach anyone this, but he knows a lot and has the power of a shaman. I do not know if this is true, but there was something unusual about him. For his age, he kept a lot of speed and vivacity of mind, despite the fact that he was then already over 60. By evening, we arrived at the Hairlip, a small place where one of the countless tributaries feeding the Yenisei River merges. There we decided to put a fishing net, but night was approaching, and in the dark, even such a simple matter requires care. I didn't have enough skill that evening. The net slipped from my hand into the water, and my palm seemed to burn. A bloody streak immediately appeared. The cut was not only deep, but also in the most dangerous part. I clenched my hand into a fist to stop the bleeding. The old man directed the boat to the shore. When we got to the riverbank, Isai immediately demanded to see my hand. The blood kept coming. It hurt, but I endured and bit my lips. The shaman grunted, assessing my wound, and then put his palm over it and demanded to look into his eyes. He began to speak rapidly in a sing-song voice. The language seemed unfamiliar, only some words I could make out, and as far as my knowledge was enough, they were some names in the Nganasan dialect. The strange action lasted no more than 10 minutes, and when the old man stopped talking, I looked at my hand. The blood stopped, and the edges of the wound converged, so that the cut looked thinner than a scratch. The edges of the wound turned white. The pain went away.
Witchcraft?
I touched the scratch skeptically with my finger.
No, Sanya, you just have a small wound. You cut yourself quite a bit.
The shaman smiled slyly and lit a cigarette as if nothing had happened, although sweat trickled down his face in large drops, and his hands trembled as if after hard work. Will you teach me?
It's impossible. I can show you a lot. You're my friend, and a friend of this earth, but a stranger.
Am I a stranger?
Yes, Ganasan people don't want to study, but the stranger wants to. It's a bad time for our people. We can't pass on knowledge to strangers.
Then why are you showing it?
It's too boring without it.
I stared in surprise. It was not possible to guess from Isai's wrinkled face where he was joking and where he was serious. With what did you decide to have fun, Taiga Devil?
Let's go to the swamps. I'll show you something, and I will repay the debt. You don't need money, you're looking for something else. I can't teach, but I can show you something.
He replied in his usual manner, speaking, but not finishing. I didn't ask him any questions, and we started preparing for the night. We threw coniferous branches and brushwood, spread out sleeping bags, and lit a fire. We cooked a simple fish soup with millet in a pot. We ate in silence and went to bed. The next morning was chilly and foggy, which did not in the least encourage a walk through the swamp, but the old man persistently hurried me. Like a grumpy woman, he swore that I was wasting our time and we might be late. When we got ready to go and put out the fire, the shaman, with a gesture that brooked no objections, handed me a greasy rag and demanded to blindfold me. It was an unpleasant feeling. I understood what my companion had in mind less and less, but I obeyed him without any questions. The blindfold was translucent, although my view is limited. Isai adjusted blindfold and, pulling out a coil of rope from his backpack, started to make a safety rope like the one that climbers do. So we moved further into the undergrowth, tied with twine, like the discoverers from an adventure novel. Then Gana-san confidently strode forward, explaining unusual roles on the go, which must certainly be observed. I shouldn't have stopped and talked. No matter what happens, I need to hold the rope and go forward. The shaman started shouting something in his language. Sometimes he would start howling, and then suddenly he would laugh like a man possessed or whisper fearfully. My thoughts were confused. The intoxicating aroma of swamp flowers and herbs beat into my nose. Mud slurped underfoot and moss was crushed. At first I tried to remember at least the direction, but Isai seemed to deliberately confuse the tracks and constantly change direction. I'm lost in time. The general atmosphere of helplessness pressed and plunged me into a state close to trance. And so, when I was ready to fall asleep on the move, I was suddenly pulled back into the real world. Cold meltwater flowed into the boots with a high top. We were making our way along the shaky bottom of a shallow lake. The old man was silent, and I could hardly restrain myself from swearing out of frustration. Wet feet in such cold weather is already a big problem, but the rope stubbornly pulled me forward, and I kept going, already submerged to the waist. We walked for so long that the cold made our muscles numb. But even such a difficult path has its own outcome. I realized that we had reached it when Isai untied the blindfold from my eyes and took off the rope.
You shouldn't approach the water. Stay on the red grass. Do not walk on the green.
I looked around and dropped a harsh word. We were standing in the middle of a vast meadow with many small lakes and puddles. The grey, overcast sky was reflected on the water, frozen like mercury. The place could be called an island, but it was a hell, or so it seemed to me. The whole hell looked like a wide, spacious clearing on which there were strange structures made of branches and skins. It was a cross between a hunting hut and a classic, traditional teepee of nomadic reindeer herders. However, these houses were smaller than usual and looked very old. The ground here was covered with patches of dry grass of a sickly rusty hue, while the meadow 30 meters away from us was literally buried in an emerald carpet. This oddity made me wary. I picked up a stone from the ground and threw it away from the hill with all my strength. Then I heard a splash. My heart turned cold because now I understood why we were waiting and where we passed. A swamp. The most common and the most terrible tundra swamp. If you are observant and notice a change in nature and time, then there are chances of survival. But if you gape and step on such a nice puddle, you will go to hell. I've heard about the Vesugan swamp, a huge territory with an area of flooding of several tens of kilometers. This place did not look so grandiose, but a small swamp does not bode well, so the hill really was an island, a rock in the middle of a relict swell, and these huts were fraught with something ancient and sinister since they were hidden so far from civilization. Can I look around?
Yes, but do not try to take something for yourself. Show respect. Be afraid of the bear. Walk on one side.
What? I looked around in confusion, not understanding what kind of beast he was talking about.
Bear, heck, don't you understand?
Isaiah looked expressively over his shoulder and spat at his feet. Oh, you mean your evil spirits, yes. I remember that no one should turn around on the doorstep of the house. Superstitious Nganasan people live to this day in two worlds, one of which is shared with us, the other with various demons and spirits. They have a complex hierarchy and names that are not familiar to the ear of a Russian people. So usually the locals call all their evil spirits simply bear. These spirits adore whirlpools and whirlwinds. That's why it's impossible for a decent Nganasan to spin or turn around on the threshold of the house, otherwise evil will follow. I will not say that I believe in such fairy tales, but I have seen a lot and did not argue with the showman. If it is necessary to observe the tradition, this is not a problem for me. Curiosity is the bravest feeling, and now the first teepee is already a step away from me. The skins that served as the walls of this dwelling were covered with a greenish coating. The structure stank strongly of musk, but the smell did not cause disgust. I pulled back the curtain and looked inside. It didn't work out to shout obscenities, rather because it took my breath away. And then, it seemed like it was already out of place. What was waiting for me inside the teepee? There was a dead and gray-haired old woman. She was dressed in a colorful dress with patterns and embroidery. This is traditional clothing, but so old and archaic that it's unlikely to be found now. She was sitting on a small sleigh. Her eyes were tightly closed and her jaw was tied up, probably for the purpose of not opening arbitrarily. At the same time, the mouth resembled a funnel that had fallen in. The skin had an unpleasant dark gray, earthy hue and glistened as if smeared with lard. There were strange necklaces everywhere. There were small beads strung on a thin thread and woven into larger knots. On her head was a cap, lavishly decorated with various stones, bones and beads. Her stooped back was covered by a decayed cape made of the skin of a silver fox. The floors in the teepee seemed strange, as if specially strewn with stones. Sharp fragments of rock in the scant light of the northern sun shone with a reddish-yellow sheen. I, fascinated by this sight, could not believe in the reality of what was happening for a long time. Working at a drilling station and participating in exploration parties, I have already had the good fortune to see such stones. They were nuggets of gold. According to the most modest estimate, there were 50 kilograms of gold-bearing rock and nuggets on the earthen floor. I backed away and carefully put the curtain back in place. Who is she?
Shaman, a witch. She lived a long time ago, and when she decided to die, she came here.
What about the gold?
Another shaman brought the gold. Here we can ask questions and listen to what old people tell us.
This is a graveyard.
No, Sanya. This is our home. The last home. No one bothers us here, and the shaman is at peace here.
Isai smiled friendly. But if people find out about this place, they will steal everything.
Who will tell them? You?
No. I looked at the swamp spread out around. Never.
If you tell them, they won't come, and it will be after my death. And when I die, not a single living soul will find a way here. Even you won't get here a second time.
The old man allowed me to wander around the graveyard a little more, and he himself stood at the edge of the swamp and began to beat a tambourine and sing his prayers. I looked into the teepee and found everywhere about the same set of things: a preserved dead man or woman and gold. It was a fairy tale treasure, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted. There was a desire to take something as a souvenir, but Isai's ban was strict. No, the curse did not frighten me, but I did not dare to offend the old man who entrusted me with his biggest secret. A few hours passed, and we got back. In material terms, we have lost more than we have gained. But if you believe the shaman's words, the spirits will be merciful this year, because they were bored here. But now that the spirits have been told the latest news and asked for wise advice, there is no reason to be offended.
That's it, Sanya. You gave me the money. I'll repay you with luck. You'll see it again.
I was blindfolded again and led by a secret path through the swamp. I didn't even try to remember the way. It's a very unpleasant and distracting action from selfish thoughts, to wade up to the waist in a swampy, icy slush. There was another unpleasant feeling. Someone or something was floating at the very bottom, as if deliberately touching my feet.
These are burbot fish.
The old man waved away my guesses.
A big and curious fish.
Good. I breathed, trying to see the source of my anxiety in the water.
And maybe not burbot fish.
Isai slyly squinted and looked at the sky.
We need to hurry up, however. The water will rise very soon.
The rest of the way to land, we almost ran, if you can say that about our fuss. When we finally got out, we fell to the ground, tired and soaked through. Meanwhile, the swamp, as if alive, rose a little higher. A large ripple went through the water in the place where we passed. If it was a big fish, then I haven't not yet met such. We caught our breath and moved even further away. And only when the swamp disappeared from sight, we stopped to have a snack and dry things. We came home with empty bags, exhausted from a long journey, 2 days later. But it's worth noting that all the following trips to the taiga, whether fishing or hunting, were successful. There were buyers for the collected furs quickly, and the money earned in the season would be enough for a couple of hundred loans for Isai. Maybe I was just lucky, or maybe the showman was able to pass on the luck and strength of his ancestors to me. I especially want to believe in the latter, but even so, I am not sure I'd go back to those damned swamps to meet the spirits. But gold beckons me for a long time. Even sometimes I dreamed. I've tried to get to the treasure twice in my life. It was after the death of my friend the showman, but such audacity cost me dearly. It's good that he himself returned alive, but that's another story. Have you ever given a thought about the fact that perhaps we're not the only ones inhabiting the world around us? I don't mean animals or insects, but creatures with intelligence comparable to ours or even superior to it. And these creatures, being unobtainable to our special senses, unseen and powerfully meddle in the course of our history. For someone who was born and raised in the USSR, these kinds of thoughts were alien. From the very childhood we were compelled to think that such obscurantism was an obstacle on the way to a happy communist future. Obviously, I, as a committed materialist, thought exactly in the same way. But life is quite complicated, and once I had a chance to confirm that very insidious creatures that do not harbor warm feelings towards people at all live so close to us. In my Soviet Komsomol youth, I had the joy of serving the country and had to do it as a keeper of a lighthouse that was located on an island in the most hard-to-reach area of our huge country. The nearest civilization was in the middle of nowhere. Despite the fact that the lighthouse was a secure area, we kept watch on it alone one by one for some reason. Only 3 watchmen, me, Rodion and Victor, would change every 3 weeks. Not everyone would like to live all alone on a small island for 3 weeks, so only volunteers were selected for such place. We were taken to the lighthouse by helicopter. One keeper was brought in, the other one was taken away. Personally, I really enjoyed the service, and colleagues never complained. Well, there was nothing to complain about. Only beautiful nature, fishing, and far away from the authorities, the true resort. It took a couple of hours to go around the whole island, and a single but very picturesque hill could be noticed not far from the lighthouse, overgrown with grass and dense bushes. The foothill smoothly switched into an alpine lawn, which only lacked peacefully grazing cows, and this lawn served as an airfield for a helicopter. The lighthouse tower was located at the very edge of a steep rocky shore, and nearby there was a house for the caretakers, a storage room and a workshop. Facilities were located outside. For some reason, Joka builders placed a solid wooden toilet on the very edge of a not very steep but impressive cliff, apparently for therapy. Nevertheless, there was a path leading from the toilet straight to the water, which steeply went down 5 or 6 meters and rested directly on the oncoming waves. Down there, a narrow 3-meter strip of rocky beach made it possible to pull an old wooden boat out of the water, which officially served for emergency rescue, but in reality was used for fishing. During the shift, all communication with the outside world was reduced to standard radio reports to the base, strictly on time and according to the template. No incidents have been detected. The state of health is excellent. The equipment is functioning properly. In response, we would receive a weather forecast and wishes for good luck in the service. Weird things started to happen when Rodion disappeared. There was just a week left till the end of his duty, and he stopped getting in touch. At first, it was thought that he might have been having some problems with the radio because it had happened before. But a couple of days later, a helicopter was sent urgently, and I also flew in it, since my shift started right after Rodion's watch. The rotorcraft had not touched the velvet grass yet, as me and Captain Samoylov jumped to the ground and, holding our hats, rushed to the lighthouse lightly jogging. Rodion did not come out to meet the helicopter, and that was a bad sign. After quickly searching the building, we realized that he was not at the lighthouse and began to scour the island with pilots who also joined us. But the most thorough searches did not borne fruits. It was like Rodion had vanished, and vanished with his personal belongings and the logbook. The radio turned out to be working, and the captain reported to the base about the emergency.
Maybe he has sailed away on a boat?
Assumed at the base.
The boat is in its place,
Samoylov fended off.
Then leave the watchman and return.
Orders were orders. That lighthouse had to function uninterruptedly. I took it under the visor and went to keep watch. The captain flew back to the base. The next day, cynologists with a dog and an investigator from the military prosecutor came along. They scoured the whole island again. The shepherd sniffed every stone around, but there was no sign of Rodion. The investigator questioned me about the specifics of carrying duty, examined the premises, and was writing everything down in his notebook for a long time. After taking a couple of photographs, the whole party got into a helicopter and, wishing me good luck, flew off towards the base. I was left all alone on the island where my comrades had vanished into thin air. I had a heavy, oppressive feeling for several days. I started a new watch log, where I was supposed to record all the significant events and incidents. The weather was excellent. Days were flowing by. Current repair and checking mechanisms, cooking and cleaning up. Everything was as usual, except that I had some kind of anxiety stuck in my heart, and a distant childhood nightmare was back. But now that nightmare had a follow-up which I had not seen before, and it started exactly the same as in the nightmares of youth. As soon as I fall asleep, a clear and real feeling comes that I am there, in the village with my grandmother, and I am about 10 or 12 years old. I come out of the courtyard of a house located slightly off the road from two main streets, and a million prospects are all around. Boundless fields of local collective farm with juicy corn, fallow pastures, ravines with smooth green grassy slopes and springs hidden in the sedge at the very bottom, shady beams with hazel thickets for playing cowboys and Indians, hills with sun-bleached tops and round bushes of prickly immortelle on the sides, a local dump with a bunch of useful things for games and tricks, a clear river where we usually catch crucian carps with homemade fishing rods and swim diving from the bridge. An old forgotten feeling of a distant childhood is piercing through the sleep. In the dream, the clear sky is literally flooded with sunlight. Even the smell of that carefree time, the scent of meadows, fresh breeze, herbs and hot road dust can be felt in the slightest bit. And I walk out of my grandmother's yard, descend to the lower-lying street of the village to my ready-to-explore the world around friends, hoping to find them at home in order to fix up some kind of adventure or game. And suddenly there's a strange sound in the air, absolutely uncommon for that area, but being beyond reality, as it often occurs in dreams. I know exactly what is the source of this sound. It's a black helicopter. And this is the very nightmare that used to haunt me in my youth dreams. It tears the calmness and sweetness of the childhood dream apart, which has been initially embracing me in carefree bliss. At that very moment, the picture changes its color dramatically. A colorful dream with joyful sensations that was a second ago now turns into something filled with lingering fear. A predatory black machine emerges from somewhere behind the line of trees covering the upper street. The sky gets covered with clouds, and the world around becomes monochrome, and there are no more smells or sounds. Nothing but furious crackling of the blades. Deadly longing fills my heart, and I'm absolutely sure that the steel machine has one single goal: to chop me to pieces with its screws. As soon as I realize this, the helicopter literally swoops down on me. Terrified, I start to run away. My legs treacherously tangle. My heart is in the stir. I stumble and wake up in a cold sweat. This is how it was in childhood, but not this time. Now an unknown force has decided to intervene in my dream and carry it on a little. Overcoming the resistance of tangled legs, I continue to run. Along the way, I realize that in this part of the dream, I see myself as an adult, and the surrounding landscape has changed to the same island with a lighthouse, where I serve as a caretaker. That's right. Now I am running terrified across the lawn from the lighthouse to the hill, and behind me, cutting through the air with a steely whistle, the propeller rattles. The panic reaches its apogee and seizes me as I feel the blades begin to brush against my hair at the back of my neck. Suddenly I see a figure. In the front, at the foot of the hill, stands a gray-haired old man and waves his hand to me. I can feel that he's calling me to save from inevitable doom. Because of his call, my legs get unraveled and fill with strength, and now I'm rushing to him like a wind, breaking away from the chasing death machine. The old man points me to the entrance to a small stone cave hidden in thick bushes. And then I wake up, if I can say so. I jump up like a crazy and try to dive into the cave I have just seen in my dream. I come to my senses when I'm already lying on the floor next to the bed. Every night, the same nightmare started to haunt me over and over. It seemed like the ruthless Morpheus had totally gone nuts and wanted to drive me crazy at all costs. 5 nights later, having again experienced the delusion of this terrible dream, I could not bear it anymore. And right in the morning, without breakfast, I went out to look for a cave with a flashlight in my hands. And imagine my surprise when I found it. But how? How could a specially trained dog not notice it? After all, the search party had scoured the entire island. But still, the tiny cell cave remained unnoticed. A narrow stone entrance was safely hidden by the branches of a violently expanded bush. Having squeezed inside, I found a cramped cavity which immediately cloaked me with impenetrable darkness and pleasant coolness. With the flashlight on, I discovered that the cave had once been inhabited. Above the entrance, on the stone ceiling, a black cross was drawn with candle smoke. A small ledge on the left resembled a modest bedding, next to which a rotten and almost crumbling wooden bucket was laying. An ancient copper icon, covered with green patina, stood in a niche carved right into the stone under the ceiling. Next to the icon there was a dusty, long ago extinct lamp. My heart trembled as I felt that I had witnessed the real history. A hermit had lived in the cell long time ago. But then there was no one else there, and I was the first to discover the place. It was incredible that my dream had brought me there, or maybe that old man from a nightmare was the hermit who had lived here, and it was him who showed me the cave. But why? These thoughts, which did not fit into the usual everyday logic, worried me seriously. And somewhere there, my materialistic beliefs began to crack. I decided not to tell anyone about my discovery. Otherwise, some sort of professors with microscopes, followed by onlookers, would burst in there. They would make a mess and violate everything there as usual. No way. I unwittingly had a new respect for the man who had inhabited that place. After all, he, just like me, once had lived there alone, steadfastly keeping his watch. And if I got food for nothing, then he had to get it on his own. Apparently, he had been cultivating a garden, fishing or collecting eggs of wild birds. Anyway, I was fully aware of how difficult it must have been for him to survive on such an abandoned piece of land. That cave became my secret, and after I discovered it, the nightmares stopped haunting me. As if I had followed some kind of instruction. The helicopter with shiftmen arrived, as expected, after 3 weeks of my duty. Our new re-enlisted comrade, Ivan, arrived along with Victor. Vityok, as we called Victor, was supposed to be on duty with Ivan this time, and I had to show and tell him everything, in other words, to fill the newcomer in. And then everything went back to normal. It was my turn after them in 3 weeks. Then Victor's, and after him, Ivan's. It was going round and round. Having handed over the shift to the guys, I signed the logbook and committed the facility under the charter. Then I packed my things and flew away to the mainland. And at the base, I didn't goof around. After resting for 3 days as I was allowed to, I started my work as an instrumentation engineer, now replacing my partner there, who had flown off to keep a watch at the lighthouse. Manometers, thermometers, and other measuring devices represented my household. After 2 weeks that I spent on the shore, there was an incident. Rodion's wife, Tatiana, died in an accident. They said she was crossing the road in the wrong place. When it came to Rodion, there was still no sign of him. But all of this was just a little story. And the most amazing thing happened on my next watch at the lighthouse. More than 2 weeks of duty passed without any incident, and a couple of days was left till the end of my shift. The weather was sunny, with no clouds in the sky. I was changing the fuse in the electrical panel when I heard the sound of a helicopter. A little stunned, I ran out into the street. Indeed, a helicopter was approaching the lawn near the lighthouse, the place where our rotary wing assets usually landed, but it was not ours. I knew both of our helicopters like the back of my hand. That one was not ours. It wasn't even Soviet one, and I had never seen such equipment in the Soviet army or anywhere else, or even among foreign samples. An absolutely black machine, with fully tinted windows and no identification marks on board, was landing right on the lawn near the secure facility of the Soviet naval forces. Throwing myself to the radio station, I tried to contact the base, but I could hear nothing but hissing and some noises. Along the way through the window, I noticed how rapidly the weather was turning bad. A high wind started to blow, a wave rose, and the sky was covered with clouds. Meanwhile, the chopper slowed down. Looks like it has landed, I thought, and went outside to look. As soon as I walked out the door, I just got dumbfounded. Rodion was running to me from the helicopter, and as he was walking a dozen or so steps between us, I felt my eyes pop into my forehead. Running up, he actually pushed me into the room and, slamming the doors, happily said, "Hello, fella. Pack your stuff quickly. I've come to cover you. Forecasters say a storm is coming. There are going to be extreme weather conditions for at least a week. So, we've decided to pick you up earlier from the watch." All this time, Rodion was wearing some kind of unnatural, plastic smile, but an inexplicable fear started to creep over me. And indeed, we had a storm coming outside, although the day before I had received a favorable forecast on the radio. "Rodion, but you've gone missing. When did you turn up?" I mumbled in a stammer. "No need to worry. I just had a problem with my appendicitis last time. And to make things worse, there was malfunction with the radio. Then I started to send SOS signals from the lighthouse, and Strategians picked me up. The submarine was passing by to carrier duty in the Atlantic, so they took me with them. Seamen moored on the boat helped me to pack my things, and I decided to go to the deep ocean to carry duty with them for a month. It was their onboard doctor who cut out my appendix. You know, they don't get in touch for the sake of secrecy, so everyone at the base thought I'd gone missing. And I have returned from the trip the other day, and at once flew in to cover you. Rodion rattled off a version of his mysterious disappearance with a joyful smile, like a TV show host. Come on, man, hurry up! The weather's getting worse, and the pilots haven't shut the chopper down and are waiting for you. He pushed impatiently. I was trembling as I started to pack my things in a bag. It didn't feel right. I had a feeling that I was doing something irreparable, but my head was spinning, and I could not concentrate. Rodion was frighteningly strange and somehow was suppressing my will. I didn't want to go into that strange helicopter, and Rodion's story about the appendix and the submarine wasn't convincing, but my shiftman was right in front of me, and there was nothing I could argue with. What's with this helicopter? It's kind of weird, I asked, stuffing my bag. It's a new model. It was sent to the base just yesterday, the fellow muttered angrily through his Hollywood smile, filling out the logbook both for me and for himself. Here, sign and get in the helicopter. He slipped me the logbook and a pen. I panicked. Everything was going according to some kind of hellish scenario, and I could not get out of it. Intuition was crying out that I shouldn't get into that strange helicopter under any circumstances, but the will was completely suppressed by unknown fear, and I was doing what Rodion said me to do. I could not contradict him. He literally controlled me like a boa constrictor controlled a rabbit, driving me into some kind of trap. Having signed in the logbook, I suddenly remembered the tragedy with his wife. Didn't anyone tell him? Why did he have that smile? And what about Tatiana? Oh, she's fine. I've already met her and she's really excited. Go ahead, get into the chopper. This was where I got really scared. It was not Rodion. Definitely not him. It probably wasn't human at all. What was exactly standing in front of me? How was it suppressing my will? And where it was trying to trap me? I was sure that if I brought him down with some question, then this creature would immediately kill me. Therefore, it was very important to play by his rules. When we went outside, the feeling of my nightmare flashed through my head, and I remembered the cave. I had better use the toilet before set off. It's a long flight, and there's a tradition. I seized an opportunity. We indeed had an unspoken tradition. Before leaving the island, you should definitely visit a loo, otherwise the journey won't be safe, and the flight was long indeed. The look with which Rodion glared at me did not fit with his artificial smile at all. In his eyes, some kind of a hell beast was looking at me.
Just be quick. I'll take your bag to the helicopter.
He almost roared, snatching my bag from my hands. On legs, weak as water, I rushed to the wooden outhouse at the cliff, and the creature that had stolen Rodion's appearance went to the helicopter. After reaching a steep slope, I at once rushed along the path that was sharply going down. There, along the rocky shore, I ran towards the hills and, under the cover of dense bushes, climbed up to the cave. From the landing strip, my escape was completely invisible, but I, on the contrary, could perfectly see the whole lawn with the lighthouse and the helicopter from my shelter through the bushes. By the time I disappeared into the cave, my guest had already taken the bag to the helicopter, and standing next to it was looking towards the toilet. The sky was completely covered with clouds. Everything was plunged into twilight. A gusty wind was driving leaden waves across the sea. Soundless lightning strikes were illuminating the mystical picture like flashlights. An ominous figure was standing by the strange helicopter and seemed to be losing its patience. Suddenly, that creature with the face of my comrade dropped to all fours and covered the distance from the chopper to the toilet in 2 giant leaps. That was no less than 100 meters. Having flung open the wooden door and making sure that I was not there, it let out such a cry that my hair stood on end and frost ran down my skin. It already gave up that needless smile on his face, since now there was nothing to hide. Again, on all fours making unimaginable jumps, the creature desperately rushed along the island in an incredible speed in search of a prey that had slipped away. But the cave did not betray me. Fear paralyzed my body, and I was sitting at the exit of the cave, watching a completely wild scene through the branches. After several minutes of searches in vain, that seemed to me like an eternity, that monster jumped up to the highest top of the lighthouse, and looking around the island from above, let out another scream full of annoyance. Then it dived right into the sea waves. The black helicopter immediately took off and vanished into the sky. At that very moment the wind faded, the clouds cleared away, and the sea calmed down, as if there was no bad weather at all. But I did not care to leave my hiding place for a long time. When I finally got over it and reached the radio, it turned out to be working. Very cautiously, I asked about the helicopter and Rodion. The answer was,
Rodion hasn't checked in. No helicopter has been sent to the island.
"What do you think of?" In war, a person's forced to experience and realize things that cannot be should have no place in reality. War has its own colors, sounds and smells, but everything that happens in it is from another world. A war is beyond human possibilities, beyond human reason, beyond all measures of humanity. Beyond the boundary, there is also the mystical. Beyond the nature of things, beyond comprehension. The story happens to a friend of mine. He was about 84 years old at the time of our conversation. He's had a difficult life, having lived through the war, hunger, and all the hardships of the post-war years. He, like everyone else, worked to bring the country back from the brink of ruin, and raised 2 wonderful sons. Despite his unfortunate fate, he was a kind man who did not hold grudges against people. We simply referred to him as Grandpa Yura. "Grandpa Yura, do you believe in God?" I asked him one day during a conversation, and he gave me a thoughtful look before saying, "I'm not sure. I believe I do, but I haven't seen him, and what I have seen is incomprehensible to me. I had just turned 18 when the war broke out. I was drafted at once, and I was among the first to witness the horror with my own eyes. We youngsters were brave. It appeared to us at the time that we would quickly defeat the enemy, because our great country was capable of standing up for itself. We got cheerfully to the battlefront, even with some excitement. In a nutshell, we were a bunch of young, snotty-nosed fools. But it didn't turn out the way we expected. We got a good understanding of what war is. Death, trenches, mud and lice, sleeping 2 hours a day on the wet, cold ground, porridge, bread and fighting. It seemed as if it never stopped. The Germans moved so quickly that we had no choice but to retreat, flashing our heels. None of the guys I had the opportunity to become friends with survived the first days. They were all killed. At the time I couldn't get it out of my head. It baffled me how a person can be right here, and then he is no more. It was my first month at the front. We were surrounded. Our situation was bad. Our commander, a lieutenant, a bit older than us, he was another boy but like God to us. He had his heart in mouth. He has to make decisions, and what does he know? Our only way out was along the marshes. and the Germans were all around. We had this lad, a Yakut, a quite mouthful name he had, so we just called him Yakut, which he didn't mind. He said that he was a hunter, and he had walked through the swamp many times himself, and if we listened to him, he would guide us through. We had no other way out, either to be shot or taken prisoner, which was worse than death according to our upbringing. It was a long, hard way out. We went through a swamp for a day and then through a forest. It took us almost a week to get to our troops, but we made it. At last we came out, hungry and ragged, but there was no limit to our happiness. And then again the fights, the retreats. I'd been lucky enough to survive before, not a scratch. This fight was different though. The wound was not heavy in the shoulder, but Yakut was well cut up. His leg was all torn apart. I was dragging him, bloody and unconscious, from the battlefield on my back. We ended up in various hospitals, which is where it all began. I was sleeping when I became aware of a ringing in my ears. It was so disgusting that it made my teeth cramp. It was not a ringing, but a squeaking. I awoke and grabbed my head, but tears streamed from my eyes due to the ringing, and I saw a woman standing in front of my neighbor's bunk. She was beautiful, young, in a long white gown, and her hair was braided and reached her waist. She leaned over to the boy and kissed him on the forehead, stroked his cheek as if she were sorry. Then she went to the exit. When I woke up in the morning, I remembered the vision and thought it was all a dream. When I looked over at my neighbor's bunk, the bed was made and he was gone. "Where's the comrade?" I asked the man, and they told me he died in the middle of the night. We didn't notice him until the next morning, and a couple nights later it happened again. And again I woke up from this ringing in my ears as she was standing right in front of my neighbor to the right. He was a heavy guy, and most of the time he lay unconscious. I looked at her. She was indescribably beautiful, with adorable and familiar features. And again, she leaned over, kissed him on the forehead, turned around and went out. And then I realized that I could not hear her footsteps. The floor was wooden. I could even hear the mice running around, but it was quiet here, just sniffing and snoring. I jumped out of bed, followed her. I even wanted to call her, but she disappeared in front of my eyes, as if she was not there. I stood still, unable to believe what I saw. I shook my head. Maybe I was imagining things. I even patted myself on the cheek. I went outside, stood for a while, lit a cigarette. I thought I was out of my mind. In the morning, it turned out that my neighbor, who had been kissed by this beauty, was also dead. After leaving the hospital, I returned to my unit, and that night she came again, and everyone she had kissed that night was killed in the next battle. In general, I realized it was death, and I was uncomfortable with the idea because I was a Komsomol member, a Red Army fighter, and he was some kind of devilry. I did not think to tell anyone. What would my response be? I didn't believe it, and telling others would make them laugh. But one night I woke up from the ringing and realized in terror that I would see her again. I opened my eyes, and she stood right above me and looked at me, and she had such a gentle, warm look, just like my mother's. I wanted to say something to her, but my tongue did not obey me, and I couldn't open my mouth. Well, I think it's over for you, Yura, now that she's here. And I felt so sad. I remembered my beloved girlfriend, my classmate Lysenka that I left. I could not even tell her about it before the war. I remembered my mother and father, and my little sister. Tears rolled from my eyes, and I felt so sorry for myself that I would never see them again. This beauty is standing and looking at me, and it seems to me that an eternity has passed. Suddenly, I heard some kind of mooing and drumming from somewhere in the distance, and I tried to see with my own eyes what was going on. I looked, and Yakut was standing behind the guest and mooing something in unison and beating his tambourine, and he was wearing funny clothes with some strings and feathers. And with this strange tambourine he seemed Indian to me at the time, as they draw them in books. The beauty's face changed. She became gloomy, her eyes serious, and her features became sharp. She turned to him and melted into the air along with Yakut. I was in a daze, unable to comprehend why she hadn't kissed me. Why was Yakut here? He was in the hospital, and what was he wearing? Could it be that my comrade died? I spent the entire night mulling over my thoughts and writing letters to my kin. As for the last time, I went into the next battle certain that I would be killed. But no, for some reason the beauty chose to ignore me. I went on fighting without even being wounded. Never saw her again. I even began to laugh at myself. I thought it was because I was wounded that I dreamt it, and I was imagining all sorts of nonsense, like a superstitious grandmother. But fate brought me back together with Yakut. He recovered and his leg was still in place, only he limped a little. When I met him, I was overjoyed to see him, so I told him about the time I saw him with a tambourine, and he laughed and said, "Such things can occur. I thought you died in the hospital." But Yakut was sitting there, looking at me with a sly and squinting look, smiling with only his eyes and saying, "You should live, raise your sons, and I owe you one for saving me that time wounded, pulling me up." I do not remember how much time had passed since our conversation. When I opened my eyes, there she was, smiling and holding my beloved Lucinka by the hand. I wanted to rush up to her and yell something, but they vanished, dissolved. Then I read in my mother's letter that Lucinka had been killed in the bombing, and the night visitor started showing me all of my loved ones, all of my friends, relatives and classmates. I grew to despise her, screaming and crying as if in a dream, and she brought my father and my little sister. I howled like a wounded wolf, gnawing at the ground in agony, but I couldn't get them back. My mother nearly went insane with grief, and my sister Galia died of pneumonia during the evacuation, despite the fact that she had a bad cold and what wartime treatment she received. Her mother buried her in a foreign country. My father was killed at the front, and I didn't discover his grave until 1939. I met his brother-in-arms, who informed me of my father's final resting place. Fate separated me from Yakut, and I don't even know if he came back from the war alive or dead. Nobody knew, no matter who I asked. I never saw him again. I didn't learn about Yakut shamans until many years later. Maybe my Yakut was a shaman as well. He was the one who led us out of the swamp encirclement. He saved my life late at night for pulling him out when he was injured. I'm not sure. And he told me about my sons, but I didn't pay attention to him. And my sons saved many lives. They are both doctors. The older one was a military surgeon in Afghanistan. How many lives he saved. And the younger one followed in his footsteps and became a surgeon as well. And now that I've lived my complicated life, I'm wondering if Yakut saw it back then. Maybe he knew my sons would save a lot of lives and help a lot of people. That's why he pulled me out of the embrace of that beautiful death. But the war still took my father, sister and grandfathers, and then it took my mother as well. Grandfather Yura died in his sleep in his home at the age of 89. A quiet, peaceful death. He had a clear mind and a good memory until the end. He had 5 grandchildren, 3 of whom went on to become physicians. May he rest in peace. Friends, do you think he really saw death? Write your opinion in the comments. Eyewitness accounts of mysterious and strange events related to the Great Patriotic War are still passed down from generation to generation. Alexander Petrovich, now an associate professor at a building institute, served in the Great Patriotic War as a sophomore student. He is a man of few words who speaks little about the war, preferring to listen to others. But one day, after the Victory Day celebrations, he struck up a conversation and told an incredible story about escaping captivity in 1942. Alexander and his frontline comrade Yegor Ivanovich were wounded and taken prisoner in August near Smolensk. They were among the other prisoners, exhausted, thin men of various ages. Autumn arrived, bringing with it mud and rain. Several men took advantage of the inclement weather and early darkness to attempt to flee. Among them were Alexander and Yegor Ivanovich. They took a chance and dashed into the nearest forest, escaping capture. The runaways walked for a long time through the dark forest before collapsing from exhaustion. Finally, exhausted and aware that they were no longer being pursued, they decided to rest and crouched down on the trunk of a fallen tree. Then they realized it was going to be a cold autumn night. How to spend it? There was no way to start a fire. Aside from that, their stomachs were clenched with hunger. For a long time, the fugitives sat in silence, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a crackling sound was heard in the nearby bushes, and lights flashed in the darkness. "Guys, it's a wolf!" exclaimed Yegor Ivanovich, a seasoned hunter and pathfinder who was well versed in the habits of birds and beasts. In the light of the rising moon, they could see it clearly. The fugitives sat dazed, unsure how to react. However, the wolf did not appear to be planning an attack. On the contrary, it looked at the men with interest for a moment before abruptly turning and walking away, looking around as if inviting them to follow it. The fugitives exchanged glances, but went anyway. The wolf stopped and turned around several times along the way, as if to see if the people were walking. They walked for quite a long time. Finally, they saw a forest hut. The wolf passed by it, turned aside, and stopped. In this hut, the former captives warmed up and even found some provisions, after which they had a good night's sleep for the first time in a long while. Here, the fugitives lived for several days. When they were fully recovered, they decided it was time to return to their own people. Then it turned out that no one knew which way to go. The forest was all around. They discussed for a long time what to do. "Look, again, a wolf!" Alexander exclaimed. And indeed, a great predator reappeared not far from them. It looked at them for a moment before disappearing into the forest. There was nothing left for the people but to follow him again. After a while, the wolf came to a halt, waved its tail goodbye, and vanished into the forest. The fugitives quickly realized that they were at the front line. The Soviet troops were just a stone's throw away. Once among their own people, the fugitives recounted their escape from captivity, as well as the wonderful wolf that had saved their lives. No one, however, believed the story of the Grey Guide. To avoid being labeled as insane, the fugitives decided not to tell anyone else about the incident. When the war ended, the ex-soldiers stayed in touch and corresponded with one another. Yegor Ivanovich admitted to Alexander that he stopped hunting after the wolf incident, because he couldn't kill animals. Alexander used to enjoy going to the zoo before the war, but since then, he has been unable to look at animals in cages, particularly wolves. Here's another story. Old Bryansk residents recall a legend about a strange old man whom hunters frequently encountered in the woods in the spring of 1941. A white-bearded lumberjack with a frayed coat and a rope belted around his waist would emerge from the thicket with the words, "Don't be scared, Sonny. You will not be killed in the war. Instead, you will return home." But there were some among them who would bear the brunt of the omen. In such a case, the grandfather sadly shook his head and vanished in the spruce forest. The elderly fortune-teller was also spotted in the Smolensk region. Ivan Naumovich Petrakov, the commander of the partisan detachment, People's Avenger, my wife's grandfather, told me about him briefly. In 1942, he received his first war reward, the Order of the Red Banner, from Kalinin in the Kremlin. It was in the upper reaches of the Dnieper. In deep fall, fascists tried to encircle their detachment, while the partisans retreated with the fight. It was necessary to find the weakest link in the ring. It was here that a marvelous old man with a long white beard appeared. Nobody knew who he was. He smiled and waved his hand to the side as he stood beneath the haystack. Bullets flew, but the old man didn't care. Standing, not bending against the bullets, not hiding, the partisans proceeded in the direction indicated by the old man, and they succeeded. It was unclear where he went after that. Logically, he shouldn't have remained in the dead woods and foggy mist. But no. According to legend, the People's Avenger partisans in the forests encountered the gray-haired guardian angel more than once in difficult situations. Have you ever been in a situation like this, friends? Perhaps veterans you know have told you something similar. Write in the comments. This story was told to me by an old geologist, Bogdan Sikatsky, who has been working since the early 30s in Krasnoyarsk region for God knows how long. He, like a living legend, skilled and smart man, inspired respect of all who contacted with him. I changed his name, of course, because Sikatsky has been dead for several years. Any person who knows the geology of the Krasnoyarsk region will easily understand who we are talking about. But I don't want to give the real name of this smart, ironic and nice person. This story happened to Sikatsky before the war, in the era of the Great Expedition. Then geologists had simple and clear missions: to discover deposits at any costs. Then it wasn't important how, where, and at the expense of what to work. It doesn't matter how many people die and lose their health. It is only important to find and develop deposits. In those days, safety violations were normal. There is nothing strange that young, 28 years old Sikatsky was sent on expedition alone. He was also sent on difficult trails to unknown places. That summer, he walked on the right tributaries of the Birusa River, the same river about which there is still a song. Where the river is, the Birusa River. The Birusa flows into the Tusayev River, and it flows into the Angara River. Both Birusa and Tusayeva flow through the coniferous taiga to places where the Siberian cuckoo won't tell you many years, where there are rounded hills covered with fir, cedar, and spruce. In these places, even in summer, there is a temperature of 0 degrees. But frosts in July don't happen every summer. In those days, moose and bears roamed without giving way to humans. Bogdan Vasilyevich told how he saw that a bear was catching a chipmunk and digging the ground, pulling out small gold nuggets from it. Like a thumbnail, Sikatsky then clarified.
Did everyone give away then all the nuggets of gold?
Of course. We couldn't even think of appropriating something then. We tried to strengthen the power of the state. Bogdan Vasilyevich, a relic of the past, when he said this, made an unpleasant smile. He told me this story 2 years before his death. He told it intermittently, thinking for a long time, bowing his head to his shoulder. I asked if he told it to anyone else, but there was no answer, and I'm not sure that no one else heard this story. I pass it on to you the way I remember it. In that year, Sikatsky had to complete a route of about 900 kilometers, alone on an expedition, on foot and through uninhabited places. That is, once or twice villages stood in his way, and then he could leave his collections in them. He sealed his diaries with a wax seal from a representative of the authorities, the chairman of the collective farm, for example, and assigned the duty to send the collections and the diary to the geological department on this representative of the authorities. After that he rested, took flour, cereals, bacon in the village, and again set off on his way, making his way through either human or animal paths. Sometimes Sikatsky had to talk to the chipmunks so as not to forget people's speech.
Is it possible to forget a speech in a week?
Not to forget at all, of course. But then difficulties with speech appeared. You know what to say, but it doesn't come out. You're out of the habit. So it's better to talk. With chipmunks, with nutcrackers, with hares. Chipmunks are the best. They listen.
What about hares?
Hares are too cautious, move their ears and run away. At the end of that season, Bogdan Vasilyevich had to cross the watershed of the Berusa and Usolka rivers, and also make a wild way through the mountain taiga of 160 kilometers. After 700 versts of such a journey, 2 months in the uninhabited taiga, this is already an achievement. Moreover, Sikatsky, according to his concept, has been resting for the last 10 days, having hired a collective farmer with a boat. A happy man, for 50 kopecks a day, took him in a boat along the cliffs, and Sikatsky himself sorted and labeled his collection. The man kindled a fire, cooked food, and took great care of Sikatsky. He even wanted to call him slaveholder, which Sikatsky cut down in the most ferocious way. In 10 days, the peasant earned 5 rubles. With the cost of wheat at 3 kopecks a kilogram, he could already feed his family for half a winter and was simply intoxicated by his rare luck. Sikatsky had a wonderful rest and with great pleasure went deeper into the taiga forest. For 3 months of work, he got used to the taiga, adapted. When he fell asleep on the bare ground, he was sure that if a beast or a dashing person appeared, he would always have time to wake up. In the morning he woke up instantly, with the first light, and immediately cheerful and energetic. There were no transitions between sleep and wakefulness, no lounging in bed, no thinking. He woke up and got up, immediately ran to chop wood if he hadn't chopped it since the evening, and if he chopped it, he lit a fire. Mornings in Siberia are usually damp, cold, and in August they are also foggy. Only by noon the fog descends, the taiga dries out a little, and it becomes easy to walk. If it had been June, Sikatsky would have started his route no earlier than noon. After all, no one prevents him from going all evening if there is such a need and if it's still light. and in June at 10 o'clock in the evening it is light. In August I had to go out in the fog, and even move up to damp and cold, to even more gloomy places. For 5 days he walked up and up, getting to the outcrops of rocks in the upper reaches of local small rivers. As he walked, Sekatsky sang and whistled, told himself how he would perform, report on walk, and sort out relations with colleagues. He spoke in order not to forget human speech, and to warn any animal in advance that he was here. In August, bears usually do not attack, but if a person steps on a sleeping animal, just passes too close or appears suddenly, then the bear can attack. If Sekatsky met bears and moose, they heard him from afar and had time to retreat. He also killed grouse and hares without even wasting time for hunting. If he saw a suitable grouse, so that it was not very large and so that he didn't have to climb into the windfall, he shot, put the carcass in a backpack, and cooked porridge with meat. Having risen higher, Sekatsky walked for 4 more days, not passing more than 15 kilometers in a day, and when he had done everything, he began to descend into the valley of another river. Again, he made crossings of 20-30 kilometers, walking along animal trails or without roads at all. Here, a small village was shown on the map, but with a note: uninhabited. Sekatsky didn't like deserted villages, and not consciously. Not because of an unpleasant thought about those who can settle in places abandoned by a person, but rather purely intuitively, feeling that there is no place for a person in deserted places. After all, you can't be superstitious at all. But in the village from which people have left, you will feel uncomfortable many times in the evening, and there is nothing you can do about it. And why spend the night, where the overnight stay will turn into a continuous experience and tension? After all, you can always get settled in a pleasant and comfortable place, on the bank of a stream, under a turned-out cedar tree, or just in a dry, cozy clearing. In this case, Sekatsky would either not have gone to the village at all, or would have tried to walk through it during the day, just looking in, just in case it might suddenly come in handy. But 10 kilometers from the uninhabited village of Olhovka, Sekatsky came out on a path clearly laid by a man. It was heavily trampled, with the grass knocked out, and in 2 places with chopped branches where they interfered with movement. In one place, a huge bear walked along the trail, leaving a chain of tracks. Sekatsky was not such a great tracker, but for some reason, it occurred to me that the beast was walking on 2 hind legs. Probably he wanted to see further away what was happening on the trail. So people still live? Bogdan Vasilievich went to the pass, to the valley of the small river Olhovka, and without much surprise noticed the smoke above the trees. At first he was going to spend the night right here, but there was a big grouse on his shoulders and a backpack, and in the morning he was going to the village. The trail was just diving into the valley. There were 7 kilometers to the village and 2 hours before dark. Just right. And Bogdan Vasilievich famously stomped along the way. The way of a tired man with a backpack filled with 1.5 pounds of only specimens, among other things, doesn't look like a march through of the wonderful heroes of Suvorov. After 1.5 hours of walking, first gardens still appeared. These were very strange gardens. They didn't have poles, columns and hedges. Beds were weeded badly, and weeds grew up between the bushes of potatoes, beets and carrots. It's also strange that all vegetables grow up together, not in separate beds. trail became vaster. Traces of bear's claws were visible, because animals walked here. A few minutes later, the wooden part of the building appeared at dusk. "Hey people! I'm coming!" With all his might screamed Sakatsky. Not from sin pride, no. He didn't want to draw attention of the village dogs. Let the owners hear. The guest is heading to the village openly, not sneaking up like a thief or like an enemy scout. Not a single sound answered Sakatsky. Neither a human voice, nor a dog barking. It was only then that the geologist noticed that there were no ordinary village sounds in sight. No cow mooing, no barking, no bleating, no girlish singing, or the voices of those who talk from afar, taking advantage of the silence of a rural evening. The village stood silent, quiet, as if it were really empty. Although vegetable gardens and the tracks on the trail seem to be fresh. Yes, and the smoke is out, only now it's decreasing, otherwise it was pouring out of the pipe, clearly visible. And the village street was just as empty and quiet. No walking company, no old ladies on benches, no girls' packs, no guys in a hurry to get to know someone else, nobody. And the smoke from the chimneys of neighboring houses is not visible. Already looking closely, trying to understand what is wrong in this village, Sakatsky noticed there are no cowsheds, sheep sheds, pigsties near the log houses. The smells of cattle or manure didn't flow over the village. Straw or hay was not trampled into the mud. Hooves were not imprinted on the ground of the village street, and there was no mooing, bleating, grunting, dog barking. Not at all. So strange. I found a nice house, cleaner than the others, but with a rickety bench at the gate. "The owners, won't you let me spend the night?" A man came out of the back of the house, and Bogdan Vasilievich saw for the first time who lives in this village. The man was strange, very strange, with hands almost to his knees, with a running forehead, almost without a chin. He came out and stared at Bogdan with beady eyes from a face overgrown with stubble. Only his eyes sparkled from the stubble. He came out and stood, looking at Bogdan Vasilievich. "Hello, owner. Can I spend the night at your house? I'm a geologist. I come from the Berusa River. I spent 10 days in the taiga." The man was silent, and Bogdan Vasilievich hastily added, "I'll pay." Actually, in Siberia, it is not customary for a guest to pay for an overnight stay. And if you give money, then you need to do it just before leaving, unobtrusively, and sometimes even overcoming the resistance of the owner. You don't pay. You give money. The owner, although he resists for the sake of appearance, but accepts the gift so as not to offend you. The conventions are observed. Everyone is happy, because the norm of life in the taiga is to receive, put to bed, and feed a guest without asking who he is. But Bogdan Vasilievich didn't know at all how to behave in this strange village. The man stood leaning forward for another minute, and Sakatsky had a wild thought that he was sniffing.
"Well, you can spend the night here,"
said the man. After that, he stood aside and again froze in a tense pose, leaning forward. Sakatsky went through the gate, surprised at the neglect of the building. There wasn't even a porch at the entrance. Open the door, walk, and you are on the dirt floor, already in the house. "Hello, owners." In the corner, a large woman, noticeably larger than a man, was busy doing something. Next to her are 2 children, about 8 years old. All 3 turned around and looked at Sakatsky the same way, without anger, threats, but also without interest, without friendliness. They all had the same strange expression on their faces. Low foreheads, almost complete absence of chins, like the first man who quietly entered after Bogdan. "Hello," he repeated and tried to smile nicely. "Can I spend the night with you?" All three of them looked the same, expressing almost nothing with their looks, not moving. "I've got necessary documents, look." And again, no one moves. What should I do? Go to another house? And if the same thing happens there? And Bogdan Vasilyevich threw off his backpack, pulled out a can of condensed milk, put it on the table, overgrown with dirt. "Please, eat city treats." However, he stopped in time, almost saying out loud the second part of this classic joke, that in the villages they milk here, and in the city they thicken and sugar. "Spend the night." The hostess opened her lips, and the children also suddenly picked up with some kind of grumbling accent. "Spend the night. Spend the night." And the hostess had already turned her back to the guest, began to do something in the corner. The children turned and joined their mother, and Bogdan was left standing alone in the middle of the room. "And why didn't you, Bogdan Vasilyevich, offer them your fresh grouse?" And that's what I can't explain myself. Now I think I did the right thing. I'll tell you to the end. Then judge for yourself whether I did the right thing, that I didn't offer it, or wrong. But then, I didn't think about anything. I just acted as it was more convenient, psychologically more convenient, and that's it. Somehow, I didn't want to give them a grouse, but I don't know why. I don't wanna lie. Bogdan Vasilyevich found himself in a strange and disrespectful position. He was sitting on a bench in the middle of the hut, and tried his best to talk to the owners who were standing with their backs to him. Experience suggests that stories were a natural part of forest politeness. You are fed and watered, you spend the night in warmth and safety, and give the owners what you can give them. Your stories, information about something. They don't know what you know, they haven't seen the places you've been, and they haven't walked your roads. Respect the owners. Tell them. But these owners did not ask about anything and were silent to all Bogdan's conversation, not trying to get off with general words. They were just silent. That's all. Bogdan did not feel any hostility or discontent in these backs turned to him. But he also did not feel the slightest interest in himself. It was already dark, and almost complete darkness reigned in the hut, and the owners moved around the dwelling with the same confidence. They also did not need light. "Mistress, let me turn on the light." In Bogdan Sikatsky's backpack, among other things, there was a candle stub. "Soon." These were the first words spoken by the hostess all evening. By then, with a grunt and a sniff, she bent down to the stove, began to blow on something, and straightened up with a pine chip 20 centimeters long, clearly burning on one side. A splinter. Bogdan, of course, had heard of such a thing, but he had never seen it, even in the most remote villages. The hostess shoved a splinter into a crack between the logs of the wall, not at all afraid of fire, and knocked on the table with a cast iron pot. Bogdan realized that it was their dinner and thought, strange because no one cooked it. Yes, it was dinner. It is not known when they boiled tubers of potatoes and beets. The tubers were cooked unpeeled and unwashed. Sand crunched on the teeth all the time, and the earth stained the lips. The owners ate everything just like that, without removing the peel. Bogdan had previously heard about old believers' families, where it's not supposed to peel potatoes to eat them the way God created them. But there was something else, and no one read the prayers before eating. When Bogdan opened a can of condensed milk, he gave it to one of the boys to try. The guy immediately grabbed the jar and began to suck loudly from it. The youngest child, at this time, took the jar to himself. There was a struggle between the brothers, and the mother quickly, deftly gave each a slap on the back of the head. The jar remained with the younger one, and Bogdan considered it reasonable to get another one. The jar was the last one, but there were only 2 days left to go. It's not scary anymore. What else was mystical was some glancing, not direct, surreptitious glances that were thrown at him. In any other village where he had been before, he was looked at point blank, frankly, like any new person. And here no one showed any interest in his stories, and from the rest of the village, no one came to see the guest at all. Having thought about it, and surprisingly noiselessly, with some clumsy grace, another person appeared in the doorway, larger than the owner, but smaller than the hostess, with the same long arms and a fleeing forehead as probably everyone in this village. The guest stood alertly, leaning forward, and Sikatsky again had the unpleasant thought that the neighbor was also sniffing. "Hello?" The guest nodded his overgrown face in the direction of Sikatsky, entered and sat down, but the host didn't say hello. "Can you tell me how to get to the settlement?" Sikatsky turned to the guest. He felt that a little more, and a nervous breakdown would begin from all this tense, ringing ambiguity.
Where do you need to go?
The guest's voice is crackling, indistinct. "Can you tell me how to get out to other people?"
No, if you need to go to people, you need to follow the trail along the stream. The path will lead to a clearing. You'll follow it to the road. It will be close to the road already.
"How long is it to walk along the clearing?"
Go all the way to the road. There is no need to turn off.
"And how many kilometers?" The guest shrugged his shoulder irritably, muttered something vague. Then he and the owner exchanged glances and went outside. "Thank you for dinner, mistress." The answer was silence. Sikatsky followed them outside, kneading a cigarette in his fingers. The owner and the guest were standing near the fence and muttering something in an incomprehensible language. Or did it just seem so to Sikatsky? Later, he wasn't sure if the two were making articulate sounds. Bogdan lit a cigarette. The man didn't budge when he came out. However, now, they took a few steps away from the cigarette smoke. "Don't smoke, guys." In response, they muttered something indistinctly.
"Well, if you don't smoke, I'll have more."
"And is the stream in that direction?"
"In that."
Bogdan chatted for some more time. So he smoked a cigarette and then another one. The men were still standing motionless, in the same stooped, tense poses. These people knew absolutely nothing about the most ordinary things, about a village store, about geological parties, about electricity, or say, about the constructions of the Dnieper hydroelectric power station. They didn't understand at all what Sikatsky was talking about. Bogdan Vasilyevich was unable to understand this and returned to bed. "Hostess, where should I lie down? Can I come here?" In response, he heard an inarticulate grunt from the depths of the black hut, as well as some squeaking and scratching. Judging by these sounds, the hostess and the children lay down on a white bench under the window. There was another vacant bench on the opposite wall of the room, and Bogdan was sitting on it. It immediately became clear that there would be no bed linen here, and Sikatsky began to attach his sleeping bag on the bench. The bench turned out to be sticky, soaked with a sour, disgusting smell. Bogdan thought with horror how he would then wash the sleeping bag, and laid it on the floor, leaving the bench between himself and the room. The hostess was tossing and turning somewhere. The children were squealing like little dogs, but the owner never came. Bogdan Vasilyevich only now remembered that he didn't know the names of any of these people. What to do? Don't sleep until morning? Sakatsky was ready for this. At least he knew where to go. What the strange guest said was confirmed by the map. For Bogdan, the main thing was to find out how it was more convenient to walk from this village to the clearing already shown on his map. If there is a trail winding along the stream, everything is as simple as a multiply table. Who are these mystical people? Fugitives from Soviet power? But why are they so strange? In a few years, they couldn't have monkey traits. Maybe it's the old believers. They say there are some who escaped into the woods during the reign of Empress Catherine. But even in 200 years they could not turn into apes. So Bogdan thought, inhaling the cold, sticky stench on the bench. He wished he could smoke. Everything around him swam with fatigue. It was necessary not to sleep. And on the other hand, it would not take long to lose strength. Then maybe tomorrow morning to run away from the village and already sleep in the clearing. Thoughts were confused, as if they were starting to dance, and Bogdan fell asleep unnoticed. When Sakatsky sensed something was wrong and woke up, it was midnight. From living in the forest for a long time, his senses were intensified. In the taiga, Sakatsky always felt someone approaching. And now, in the house, he also felt through a dream that someone was nearby. Someone was approaching. It didn't scare him. He didn't feel in danger. But he knew for sure that he wasn't alone. At first, Sakatsky remained quietly with his eyes open, getting used to the darkness. Gradually he recognized the walls, the table where they ate, the bench. Sakatsky did not see them, but distinguished them by a darker shadow. However, another shadow was slowly moving towards him. Yes, his premonition did not let him down. He recognized the contours of a voluminous body and an elongated head with round ears. So the bear's head lay on the bench. Bogdan abruptly sat down, breaking out of the sleeping bag. Oh, this is a dream. However, the owner was really kneeling near the bench. Why did he come? Maybe he was up to something bad and was quietly sneaking up. It was not a bear, but the owner with his overgrown hair. I mistook the lack of a chin, the low forehead, the tousled hair from a bear's hair. So stupid. For a time they stood on opposite sides of the bench, and their faces were separated by about 70 centimeters, no more.
Do you hear me? Do you have a quilted jacket?
The owner suddenly asked. I have it. Do you need it? In return, Bogdan heard an inarticulate grunt. Yes, I have a quilted jacket. Do you want me to give it to you? The owner was silent, and Bogdan was not sure that he could hear and understand him.
Do you have a stick?
The owner suddenly asked again. What stick?
Do you have a stick?
Yes, I have it. And again Sakatsky realized that the owner didn't hear him, and even more so that he understood what was said. What's your name? Silence. My name is Bogdan, and you? Silence. Do you need a stick? Silence.
Do you want blood?
Suddenly said the owner. No, I don't want blood at all. Why are you asking about blood? Grumbling, inarticulate throat sounds like those made by a baby, but only very strong and large. I live in the city, in an apartment on the 3rd floor. Bogdan began to tell and realized that they were not listening to him again. The irritated owner jumped up and went behind Bogdan's back. Sakatsky backed away and stepped over the smelly bench, and the man hid behind the furnace, where Bogdan didn't look. The owner grumbled and muttered something, and Bogdan still couldn't find out whether he was speaking in an unfamiliar language or muttering without words at all. Hey, let's go pee. Come outside. Bogdan decided to announce his intentions. The owner didn't react, and Sikatsky quietly put on his boots, groped for a knife behind his right boot. A cool wind was blowing outside. It was brighter than in the house. The stars were shining. You could see the fence, the roof of the neighboring hut, the crowns of trees. There were no lights on in the whole village. The village lay quiet, illuminated only by the stars and the moon. Sikatsky took 2 steps and sensed danger. Someone was standing around the corner of the house and waiting. He did not know what the stranger needed or what he looked like, but understood that someone was standing around the corner, alive and strong, and with bad intentions. Sikatsky grabbed the handle of the knife and took a few cautious steps. Bogdan was not sure that he would need to defend himself, and loudly called out,
"Well, what's next? I'll fix you."
He still did not know what he would do now, and whether he could do anything at all, when suddenly the sense of danger disappeared. No one was standing around the corner. No one was waiting for Bogdan in the dark. He didn't know where the waiting man had gone, but he was sure he was gone. Just in case, Bogdan looked around the corner. There was no one there. It was too dark to see the tracks. The wind quickly snuffed out the match, and Bogdan didn't have any time to examine the ground. I should probably go back to sleep. The owner was still grumbling, whining and scratching behind the stove, but there have been changes on the other bench. During his absence, something happened in the house. Taking the knife in his teeth, the blade out, Bogdan struck a match. In the stagnant air of the hut, the light burned enough for Bogdan Vasilievich to consider and remember for the rest of his life. A huge bear was sleeping on a bench, stretched out like a man. 2 small fluffy bears curled up near her left side. It was strange for Bogdan Vasilievich to remember this himself, but he didn't experience panic. Probably there were enough miracles and all sorts of strange incidents in this village anyway. Calm down, the knife is not enough. I need to get a carbine immediately, he thought. He decided to take a weapon and quietly said, "Army-style carbine. It penetrates through a log, hits 400 meters. Very good thing, useful." The owner fell silent, and Sikatsky repeated all this again, but added that such a carbine could perfectly cope with a bear. There was another grunt in the corner of the room. Then the man owner quietly walked to the door and left. Sikatsky sat down with his back to the wall, holding the carbine on his knees. He dozed off, lowering his head, then remembered who was lying on the bench 3 meters away from him and woke up abruptly. So he sat until dawn. By this time, the owner had not appeared. Then Bogdan quietly got up, put a backpack on his shoulders. It was difficult to walk quietly, so as not to creak the floor. Carrying a large backpack with samples and all the needed small things on his shoulders, but it was necessary to go, and Sikatsky glided like a shadow, holding boots in his left hand, a carbine in his right, ready. It was already light, and he saw that a woman was sleeping on the bench. Big, clumsy, but a woman, in the same multicolored dress she wore all evening. Children in white shirts were sleeping next to her, one to the right of her mother, and the other curled up in a ball. The new transformation made Sikatsky especially tense, so he was sweating all over. The stars were still twinkling above the forest. Sikatsky knew that if they flickered like that, they would soon begin to go out one by one, and it was already so gray that it was possible to distinguish objects: a rural street, fences. Sikatsky put on his boots after leaving the house, adjusted his backpack, and headed away from the village. He was walking fast and fast. Here's a stream. Here is the way along the stream. The geologist was shivering, as it often happens after a sleepless night, in the early, cold morning of eastern Siberia. At the edge of the forest, checking the bushes without letting go of the carbine, Sikatsky turned to the village. The grey houses lay peacefully, sullenly as usual. The houses of rural residents of Siberia turned grey from the rains. No lights shone. No smoke rose anywhere. Somewhere there is that strange nameless owner of the house. Somewhere his guests standing around the corner at night. Or maybe they just showed him the way to make an ambush. Bogdan Vasilyevich walked 20 kilometers along all day, and in advance before dark, he made his way into the very thicket of the forest, off-road into a bush itching with mosquitoes. He walked so that there was no way to find him. There he fell asleep without lighting a fire, having dined on fresh grouse, the one that was in his backpack. The next day, at dawn, he went out on the trail, and after a few kilometers he was already walking through a clearing, and it was quite easy for him to walk. In less than 2 days, the clearing led to a road. The road led to a village, a real village. Cattle lowed, dogs barked, and real curious people lived in this village. This was the end of his journey, because Bogdan Vasilyevich Sikatsky got from this village to Krasnoyarsk by truck. Please write your opinion. After the accident on the crack, our group was immediately formed for an expedition to Antarctica. The employer offered the most advanced specialists a business trip to a remote continent and explained the essence of the matter. They paid very well. We were also obliged to keep our mouths shut in the interests of national security. We told our families that we were going on a business trip abroad on a secret matter of national importance. It was partly true. But try not to brag to your son that you're going to Antarctica. Sometimes I just wanted to explode and tell everything. The proposed job was very dangerous and specific, and we were only scientists, not soldiers. So for 8 months we were intensively trained. We have undergone mountaineering, shooting and physical training. The leaders trained us and killed 2 birds with 1 stone. They reduced the costs of the expedition. Now they no longer had to keep a whole detachment of warriors in Antarctica and allowed scientists to go down into the crack, which was undoubtedly a big plus. The warriors couldn't say much about the nature of ice voids and the unique creatures inhabiting them. Of course, the operation could not do without professional fighters at all, so a major of the special forces of the main intelligence directorate was put at the head of our research group. The major is a seasoned soldier. Previously, he took part in the liquidation of the leaders of Chechen gangs who were hiding in the mountains. It's not surprising that the choice fell on him. Nikolai Shabanin was also sent with us, a Siberian tradesman with extensive experience in hunting bears. After all, we are going to hunt an unknown creature. We listened to a couple of lectures where we knew about the nightmarish fungal infection that devastated the station, about genetic analysis of parts of the creature's body, and about systems of ice tunnels. We learned that other countries have also started research, so many new stations have been built over the past 2 years. It was all very entertaining and only exciting. I really wanted to get to work as soon as possible. In early November 2009, all participants of the operation left St. Petersburg on the ship Akademician Fedorov. We arrived in Antarctica in December, at the height of the polar day. We loaded all the necessary things to a sledge-tracked train and immediately moved inland to the crack. We needed to make the most of the polar day. There was no delay. Despite the fact that the all-terrain vehicles went confidently, without delay and breakdowns, our whole journey took a week and a half. Intense work began at the crack zone. It was necessary to pass them carefully, without losing cargo and all-terrain vehicles. When we got to the ill-fated cleft, a small snow crust had already formed over it, which we immediately destroyed with crowbars. Below, above the black abyss, the failed tractor was still hanging. We assembled a lifting device at the edge and lowered 2 people in anti-plague suits to the tractor. Having found nothing interesting there, we unanimously decided to move on all-terrain vehicles along the crack to the place directly under which the ice tunnels go out into the crack at a kilometer depth. This area was previously thoroughly investigated by ground-penetrating radars and mapped voids. According to this map, we have developed a plan for the promotion of the trigger group. Our ultimate goal was a huge void about 30 meters across. To this place, you will have to walk from the crack through tunnels for about 3 kilometers. The tunnels themselves do not have a constant diameter. In some places you can safely walk to full height. Somewhere a truck can fit, and somewhere it is so narrow that you will have to walk with an ice axe. Also, judging by the nature of the reflection of radio waves, there are some inhomogeneities inside these voids, the dielectric permittivity of which differs significantly from the permeability of ice. What kind of inhomogeneities they are can only be assumed, but they cover the entire inner surface of the tunnels and are probably somehow connected with the formation of voids. Arriving at the place, we began to build a new station. We installed ready-made trailers on small pillars piles, so that the buildings would not be covered with snow, connected them together. Another part of the team was installing a lifting device on the very edge of the crack. The huge cylinders with hundreds of meters of ropes wound on them were very impressive, although steel cables were more reliable. But they had to be abandoned. Steel becomes very brittle at -60 degrees, and at the bottom of the cleft, judging by our calculations, there should be temperatures below 80, and this is with a summer 30 on the surface. The cables simply will not withstand such a load. I wonder how creatures survive in such conditions. After completing the work, we went on another relax. We needed to gain strength before a technically complex operation. The station was guarded by armed guards at this time, in case something came out of the crack. I couldn't sleep. I was nervous, very worried. Who knows what awaits us there? Infection and aggressive monsters? Or maybe an accident will happen during the descent. For example, an ice sledge will break off from above and crush the whole group. A high-calorie breakfast was waiting for us in the morning, because no one knows when will we be able to have a snack next time. Downstairs everything is probably infected with spores, and taking off an anti-plague suit there for the sake of eating would be tantamount to suicide. We should have slept several hours, maybe even days in the crack at extremely low temperatures, so special suits with internal heating were developed for us, powered by replaceable batteries, the charge of which lasts for 3 hours. But if you turn on the heating only when freezing, then, judging by the tests and calculations, it will last for almost 5 hours. Each was given 2 batteries, which should have been enough. We were lowered into a crack. The descent group consisted of 8 people in a lifting cradle. In parallel, small cabins were lowered down, in which we had to spend the night and warm up at the bottom of the crack. With powerful beams of lanterns, we shone down, trying to spot the monster before she noticed us. Occasionally, the cradle had to be stopped in order to break through the ice eaves blocking our path with ice axes. The temperature kept falling and falling. The strip of light from above became more and more imperceptible and dimmer. The occasional conversation echoed through the icy crevasse. Plunging into darkness, it was as if we were entering another world. And here it is, the bottom of the crack, uneven and narrow. The thermometers showed -83. The heating had been turned on in the suits for a long time. The device showed the absence of spores in the air, which seemed surprising. Just think how deep we are. For the next half hour we wandered along the bottom and found a 1.5-meter gap. It was the entrance to the tunnels. It even took my breath away. There was also no hint of the presence of spores. We returned to the cradle and began to install the cabins. We tried for a long time to turn on the diesels. Even the frost-resistant fuel behaved capriciously in such cold. We were ordered to stay in the cabins for now, charge the batteries, and get some rest. We set off in 4 hours. 2 armed men were left in the camp to monitor the equipment. At the entrance to the tunnels, I experienced the indescribable feeling that all discoverers usually experience. Here they are, mysterious voids that have haunted the bright minds of mankind for so long. Voids in which hitherto unknown forms of life are hiding, changed by evolution for tens of millions of years beyond recognition. Life forms that have experienced a completely different path of development, unlike any other known to science. I looked at the ice at the entrance, took a sample, nothing unusual at first glance. Perhaps the unusual can be detected in the chemical composition. At first we didn't see any signs of life. When we went 50 meters deep, the instruments began to detect the presence of spores in the air. And then something orange came into the rays of our flashlights, which covered the entire inner surface of the tunnel. The same strange heterogeneity that had previously been recorded by ground-penetrating radars. The air here was more humid, and our feet stepped into a nasty-looking slush that flowed from the ceiling and very surprisingly did not freeze. We took samples of the liquid. Upon a more detailed examination of the orange heterogeneity, we found out that it was a fungus, something like mold but having no analogues with the species known to science. I was visited by the idea that this has some connection with a fungal infection. Mold, in the course of its vital activity, released a little heat and melted the ice, from which, it seems, voids were formed. It was fed by ice, or rather, by some chemical compounds that the ice contained. We will find out more when we analyze the samples. Then the tunnel became spacious. It was possible to walk in full height. We were in full combat readiness, and were waiting for the moment when we would meet a predatory monster. After passing the fog and a couple of 100 meters more, we caught sight of something more interesting than mold. Something black, sharply contrasting with the surroundings, and did not move. We guessed from the outlines, this is the same monster. It wasn't moving and seemed dead, but we didn't push our luck and made a couple of control shots. It seems that the creature was really dead. We very carefully came closer and examined it. The monster was completely black in color. The skin was covered with the same coal-black shaggy mold. We saw a massive eyeless head with hypertrophied vibrissae growing on it, a tactile organ, strongly developed jaws without cheeks, but with rows of thin and long teeth. The monster's torso was flattened. The skin seemed stretched over the bones. There were claws of an original shape on the limbs, probably adapted for climbing on ice. The creature was frozen. Apparently it had been dead for a long time. We were delighted and reported the find to the surface. From there, we were told to move back to the lifting cradle and deliver the creature to the surface for study. After measuring the concentration of spores, we came to the conclusion that it is maximal around these creatures. Apparently, monsters are the main source of the spread of infection. The fact that infected mold grows on their body and does not decompose it suggests a possible symbiosis, but this is just an assumption. We have not seen living monsters yet. We took a lot of photos, packed the creature in polyethylene, put it on a slippery mat, and dragged it to the camp. We talked a lot on the way back. There is no more talkative company than a group of scientists who have seen the unknown. Countless hypotheses were put forward. Everyone gave free rein to his rich imagination. Everyone seems to have forgotten that they are probably in the most dangerous place on the planet. The conversations were interrupted by a startled exclamation from the physiologist. "Something's moving. Something's moving inside my suit. Shit, it's in my helmet. Oh my god, I can't get it!" He panicked and rushed around, not knowing what to do. We looked at him, and indeed there was movement inside his helmet. Stop it, don't panic, just don't take off your helmet.
Help me! I can't get it! I can't pull it out! It will kill me!
The frightened physiologist clutched his head and tried to somehow shake the monster off his face. We just didn't know what to do and tried to calm him down, but in vain. The scientist in a panic tore off his helmet. Something small and nimble immediately jumped off and darted away. No one was able to shoot the animal, and it disappeared into the dark. Meanwhile, the physiologist had already swallowed enough contaminated air and vomited. There was a disgusting stench. The soldier picked up the helmet and forcibly put it on the alarmist, twisting his hands. When the physiologist left, he could be heard sobbing.
I'm going to die, right? Am I going to die?
We overcame the rest of the way in silence and ready. No one understood how this monster managed to get inside the sealed suit. The only assumption is that he got into the suit when we were resting in the booths. There, the physiologist took off his suit for a snack. The morale of the group was undermined. The physiologist threw tantrums, panicked and sobbed. It was impossible to calm him down. Instructions were received from the surface to isolate him in a cabin and not to raise him to the surface. He had to wait downstairs, maybe he would be lucky and survive. Later, 2 employees contacted us. They saw a shadow gliding to the entrance to the tunnel, and also heard some strange sounds from above. Who makes them is not visible. The beams of flashlights do not reach so high. This indicated that the same monster that we were dragging behind us was moving towards us, but only alive. The last meters to the camp seemed like an eternity, but surprisingly we didn't meet anyone on the way. Maybe the employees just imagined it. The soldier took the gun from the physiologist, just in case, convinced him to take sedative pills and climb into the cabin. After discussing the further plan of action with the station, we decided to send 3 people with a dead monster in a lifting cradle upstairs, and leave the rest below to rest and charge the batteries. I stayed downstairs. 2 paleontologists and a hunter were sent up with the dead creature and the extracted samples to cover them. The crew below was disinfecting suits and preparing to rest in separate booths. Strong sedative pills had a good effect on the physiologist, and he fell asleep soundly. When I was going to sleep, the station chief contacted our group.
We have serious problems. The lifting cradle came to the surface empty. There was no monster, no people.
When you are in Antarctica, at the bottom of a kilometer-long ice crack and you hear news like this, then the thirst for adventure suddenly gets lost somewhere. It immediately begins to seem that the prospect of spending your whole life on the couch in front of the TV with a beer in your hands is not so bad. You immediately start asking yourself, what was I thinking when I agreed to come here? What a stupid. Only now, it's too late. You're in one of the most unfriendly places on the planet, next to unknown monsters that have just killed several of your comrades.
What did the station chief say? Is the whole cradle covered with blood?
The speleobiologist laughed nervously, but immediately changed his face.
They were armed, damn it! Armed with machine guns. 3 armed men. What happened there? How? These monsters don't give a fuck about bullets?
Everyone is scared, but the camera operator was the whitest of all.
Didn't they notice something approaching them?
I think they were attacked suddenly. They didn't even have time to report anything, said the soldier.
So pull yourself together. Are you man or who? Wipe your snot. Get ready, we can't delay. We need to examine the bottom of the crack.
We were ordered to find the corpses and take off their special suits. They are very expensive. Special suits are more valuable than our lives, I thought. But there was nothing to do. An order is an order. The physiologist who had swallowed infected air was still asleep. Sedative pills had put him to sleep tightly. We left only a speleobiologist at the cabins. The rest, 3 people, went in search of corpses. We moved carefully, listening to every sound, constantly looking around, turning our flashlights up, trying to break through the thick darkness.
Next time we need to take the spotlights.
The soldier broke the silence.
We need to take spotlights and snipers. Snipers would have found these monsters and finished them off, that's it. And so take the risk, they didn't think about it all.
Silence again, only the echo of footsteps. Just think, an unknown predator is probably climbing over our heads right now. We are in the palm of our hands, shining with lanterns, and the predator is just waiting for the moment in the dark. The monster doesn't need flashlights. As we were informed earlier, people who were climbing to the surface in a cradle were thrown down after a short struggle. Traces of blood indicated that one member of the group was pushed overboard. Another was dragged, but no traces of the third were found. This meant that he was pulled down before the bloody puddle appeared. Samples of ice, slime and orange fungus remained untouched, but the dead creature we got was also dragged down. Do monsters need the corpses of their relatives? Interesting, I thought and tried to find analogies in the known animal world. The Major suggested using a device for detecting spores in the air to find a monster. Turning on the device, we found a small number of spores. They were previously absent at the bottom of the crack. When we got to the place where the corpses were supposed to fall, we found nothing. However, the further we went, the greater the concentration of spores in the air became. After circling around the crack for a few more minutes, we saw something black. Looking closer, we found out that it was just a plastic bag in which we wrapped a dead creature. The bag was empty and torn.
Is the bag torn from the inside?
The soldier bent over a piece of polyethylene.
Look at the edges. It was torn apart from the inside.
And it's true. As if they were cutting with claws from the inside, the edges of the polyethylene were bent in the opposite direction. We looked at each other in silence. Everything was clear. There was no longer any strength to be surprised. The soldier immediately contacted the station and reported the find.
Yes, the creature looked like it was alive. The monster was in suspended animation. Yes, we checked for sure. It was frozen. No, we have already reported to you. We shot at it. We are not fools.
Good. Understood. Putting down the radio, the soldier turned to us already.
Then we'll examine the bottom of the crack. In case the monster just fell out of the bag, valuable material should not be missed. And they also said that a couple of minutes ago they found a paleontologist smashed to pieces on one of the ledges. His body is being taken upstairs now. Then reinforcements will be sent to us. 8 armed men.
We continued to search, went further and further, but found nothing. When we considered it pointless to further examine the bottom of the crack, the Major took out a walkie-talkie to contact the station. But the station was silent. No one answered. This is very strange, I thought, because their main task is to provide round-the-clock communication with us, so that we can inform the management about everything at any time, so that we can be given further instructions at any time. What happened there? After swearing, the Major said to return to the cabins and keep an eye out. We came back quickly. Along the way, we repeatedly tried to contact the station, but to no avail. The connection was established only after half an hour, when the whole group was already seriously scared. The station chief reported that when the paleontologist's corpse was brought up, 3 monsters from the crack suddenly and quietly attacked the station. It turned out that these monsters are very tenacious, and they can only be destroyed with a fraction. Conventional bullets have no effect, and can only be useful if they hit directly into the brain or shoot off limbs. And people on the surface hesitated, panicked. In this meat grinder, 3 people were killed, 6 were injured and possibly infected. All the monsters were killed by the cook who ran out of the trailer with a shotgun. The shot caused serious damage. It also turned out that the monsters act intelligently. as if they communicate with each other. The station has now increased vigilance and is keeping an eye on the crack. The dead monsters were dismembered with an axe piece by piece, since no one knew what else they were capable of. It was also impossible to damage the brain, which is needed for research. The victims were isolated, their wounds were treated, and now they are being monitored. What if the spores have not yet damaged to penetrate deep into the body? Maybe they'll get lucky. And we were given an order to return to the surface urgently. The inspection of the tunnels was cancelled due to the need to rearm the expedition. They will send a cradle with several people to cover.
And what should we do with an infected physiologist? We can't leave him,
the major asked.
It is impossible to deliver a physiologist to the surface,
the station chief replied.
Have you forgotten what happened to the drilling station? From the corpses of the drillers, the spores were blown around by the wind for hundreds of kilometers. It's dangerous. It's very dangerous.
You have 6 infected people there. One more won't make it any worse.
We disinfected their wounds. They will be alive, and your physiologist has swallowed such concentrations that he simply has no chance. Do you understand?
You have 3 monsters that exude infection. The surface is already infected.
I understand everything perfectly, Major, but finally, turn on common sense. Do you propose to bring more fungal spores to the surface? Do you want them to be blown away by the winds to a nearby station where they don't know anything about it? Can you imagine what will happen then?
How the hell am I going to tell him that to his face? We'll go upstairs and you die here. Good luck, so?
Calm down, Major. Decomposing corpses emit far more spores than monsters. After all, a dead body has a lot of organic material. Do you understand me? I will not allow any more infection of the area. Prepare to depart. Any questions?
No. The major was not himself. We were all out of our minds to leave a person to die from the most ferocious infection alone, in such a godforsaken place filled with dangerous monsters. The physiologist's reaction was predictable. He fell into the most frenzied hysteria. It was very hard to look at him. He begged us not to leave him here, begged us to give him a walkie-talkie to talk to the station chief, got down on his knees, pressed for pity, promised money if he got him out of here. It did not work to calm him down. And how to convince a man to die? The first symptoms of the disease were already noticeable on the infected person: conjunctivitis and a purulent plaque on the tongue. When the emotions ran out, the physiologist realized that we could not be persuaded and asked to kill him. He asked to put a bullet in the forehead to ease the suffering. The major was not against freeing the infected from the coming torment, so he contacted the station. However, the station chief did not allow the murder to be committed. Because of such an accident, the whole expedition will have problems with the mainland. The major exploded and told the boss everything he thought about him. But then he calmed down, hesitated for a moment in indecision, and said to the physiologist, "Sorry, I can't. If I do this, then I will have problems. But I have a family to support. Without me, the family will have a very difficult time. Sorry, dude. I am really sorry." The infected cursed us, spat, but he didn't have the courage to pounce to give us a reason to put a bullet in the forehead. We went to the load-lifting cradle that had arrived with reinforcements. It was very disgusting at heart. All of us suddenly realized that we are the real bastards. This ice crack has exposed our true nature. I will never forget that terrible day. The first expedition coped with its main task by paying with blood. All the extracted material was sent by plane to Moscow, where it was subjected to thorough research. The wounded members of the expedition were observed for 2 weeks, but they did not show symptoms of the disease. Timely disinfection of wounds did not allow the spores to gain a foothold in the body. In the seized ice samples, products of emission from ancient volcanoes were found. It was these chemical compounds that the orange fungus adapted to use as food. Compounds have a very high concentration in ice, which explains the ability of a closed ecosystem to maintain viability for millions of years without photosynthesis. All the samples, and especially the bodies of the creatures, which biologists call viverrifungus, allows humanity to look at the evolutionary processes from a different angle. The creatures possessed a previously unknown but perfect thermoregulation mechanism. Their blood is very similar in composition to the same mucus that the orange fungus secretes, from which the creature simply doesn't freeze. Only the skin can be covered with ice during suspended animation, but the internal organs will not remain frozen. Also, these monsters differ in that they represent a special kind of symbiosis of fungus and reptile. The infection has built into their body at the genetic level. The mechanism of this anomaly is still unknown to science. Despite this, these spores released by their body do not contain traces of monster DNA. However, when the animals themselves reproduce, combined genetic information is transmitted to the cub, which allows the new organism to generate a fungal infection. The infection contained unusual X chromosomes. Unlike normal chromosomes, unusual X chromosomes are not necessary for life, but they perform the function of adaptation to external conditions. In a word, the fungus can quickly adapt to any medications, to any climatic conditions, and also quickly evolves in organisms, moving from one to another. It was this feature that allowed viverrifungus creatures to make an evolutionary leap when integrated with infection and adapt to the most difficult conditions. This is the perfect superweapon. Viverrifungus can regulate their energy needs. They fall into suspended animation if there is not enough food, and wait until a sufficient amount of biomass is generated. The first animal was just in such a sleeping mode and woke up in a lifting cradle, calling for help of its relatives, probably by ultrasound. The maximum time of suspended animation could not be determined. In fact, the body is partially frozen and physiological processes are greatly slowed down, so this allows monsters to survive for a long time. We are talking about years. The second expedition in 2010 has already improved its equipment and conducted a successful operation to explore the tunnels. There were no casualties. Scientists have found huge eggs in the voids. The eggs were laid by the creatures in deep pools of nutritious mucus secreted by an orange fungus. The huge number of eggs caused amazement, which meant that there must be a lot of animals. But then it turned out that more than 90% of the eggs are trophic, not fertilized, and are intended to feed the hatched cubs. Egg weight ranges from 2 to 6 kilograms, diameter from 18 to 40 centimeters, depending on the stage of development. The eggshells are leathery. This time, the expedition was equipped with powerful spotlights, which did not allow the monsters to get close unnoticed. Snipers armed with explosive cartridges successfully shot them. After some time, the creatures began to be afraid of people and avoid contact. This allowed people to A. not destroy the subglacial ecosystem, B. confirm the guesses about a possible collective intelligence. The main task of the second expedition was to find a small creature that, according to the reports of the first expedition, climbed into a special suit to one of them. It was not possible to find this animal. Probably these creatures are the only ones in the tunnels, besides viverrifungus, that are immune to spores. They easily avoid people because they have a very developed hearing or tactile system. Other animals are apparently extinct. In the most ancient sections of the tunnels, where the nutrient emissions of volcanoes ended and the surface of the dead orange fungus mineralized, fossilized invertebrates were found. The remains of relics fauna from the time of the Tethys Ocean. A radiocarbon analysis revealed that most of these organisms died about 56 million years ago. and they died at the same time, which indicates a catastrophe in this isolated ecosystem. Something has emptied these underground voids. Here it remains only to speculate. Perhaps at that time there were several separate systems of voids under the ice. Some were inhabited by living organisms, while others were inhabited by infected spores. When these tunnels merged, the infection destroyed the underwater ecosystem, and only the vivifungus were able to adapt to the new conditions. To confirm this hypothesis, a huge amount of glaciological work is needed. It is necessary to find out the age of ice and mineral deposits in individual tunnels and compare the data. This is the only way to simulate what the tunnels were like 56 million years ago. Recently, all the research countries in Antarctica have advanced very far in the study of voids. For example, Chinese colleagues conducted experiments on a group of specially captured animals. The monsters were placed in an ice-covered zoo erected under their station and began to study their behavioral characteristics. They got quite a lot of interesting information, but in June 2016, one of the animals escaped at their facility. The automatic system has locked all the ways to save the Chinese, so that the infection doesn't get out. The Chinese failed to stop the monsters. Due to poor coordination of actions, the Big Earth almost sent unsuspecting Russian polar explorers to their deaths. A special group that had just arrived at the scene eliminated the animals. Famous caves with unique closed ecosystems like Movile in Romania or Ayalon in Israel. There are thousands of similar underground voids that have not yet been found all over the planet. People stumble upon them by chance, during the development of quarries, mines and other things. And when they stumble, there is no limit to their amazement. And who knows what other monsters the Earth's thickness harbors. Everything seems to be simple. Any fear is based on a person's subconscious unwillingness to lose something important to him, whether it be health, another person or wealth. But it's difficult to judge something never having experienced it. As an adult, I tried to find out reasons for my abnormal courage. I went to see a variety of doctors, read thick medical reference books, and got tested. The doctors, all as one, were shrugging, looking languidly, quoting articles by authors unknown to me, but could not find the reasons for my insensitivity to external threats. After another study of my brain, I was told that perhaps it was all about the amygdala, which was responsible for the feeling of fear, namely about its irregular form. But I didn't like the answer, since I did all that testing for the sole purpose to experience that mythical feeling of fright, the release of adrenaline into the blood, because I still had another human vice in me: curiosity. You know how it happens. All your friends praise a movie, and on TV they talk about it. Even on the street you see how it's advertised, and finally decide for yourself, that's it, I'll definitely watch it today. And here is the long-awaited moment. You watch the movie, and after watching it, you realize that it hasn't met your expectations at all, and anger and disappointment replace curiosity. I was living in that frustration constantly, as I was searching for fear every day. Skydiving, roller coasters, horror movies, fights, walking around the city at night. No matter what I did, I couldn't bring the cherished feeling even one iota closer. In times of danger, my brain was in a balanced state and would just perceive information, instantly looking for the right model of behavior. I called math, and that was it. No specific emotions, and nothing could really surprise me. Tired of looking for thrills, I decided, like a sensational reporter, the hero of Stephen King's fantasy novel 1408, to go on a journey through the most terrible places of our huge country. An analysis of information from the internet led me to the conclusion that most of the sinister places were located beyond the Urals and in Yakutia. Having packed all the necessary belongings for a bachelor in a hiking backpack, I set off to conquer unknown and obscure places and buildings straight into the Trans-Urals. I won't bore the reader with a list of places I've visited. I'll just say one thing. In most cases, I was disappointed. Either they were tales of pre-revolutionary rednecks, or mysticism diligently conceals its manifestations from me. Only one place among all allowed me to feel what I had so longed for. I will not give the exact coordinates so that not to attract desperate adventurers to a terrible place, and not to take responsibility for their souls and psyches. I'll only say one thing. This place was located in the remote Yakut taiga, and was the remains of a small village with 10-15 houses. According to local folklore, it was once a tribal village in which several families lived, united by varying degrees of kinship. The taiga was favorable to them, sending its gifts, and they would have lived in prosperity to this day if it wasn't for one thing. According to the legend, at first, cattle began to disappear around the area without a trace. In the evening, the animal was locked in a barn, and in the morning, there was no sign of it. The lock was hanging untouched. There were no signs of a struggle. Everything was in order. Then the men thought it over and started to leave guards at night. The first 3 nights were uneventful, but on the 4th night, everyone in the village was awakened by an inhuman scream coming from a barn near the last house of the youngest inhabitants of the village. Till the men loaded their guns and reached there, the scream had gone down. They opened a barn, but there was no guard in there. They searched everywhere. There was no thing, even weapons weren't left. The inhabitants were superstitious type of people, so they decided that the local goblin got angry with them and wouldn't allow them to settle there. They began to slowly pack their things and prepare for the move, but they didn't get the time to move. The inhabitants of neighboring villages knew about the troubles of their neighbors and about their intentions, and when the neighbors didn't arrive by the appointed time, they started to raise the alarm. They gathered a small squad of volunteers from local hunters and went to find out the reasons for the delay. The hunters, having arrived in the village, were quite surprised not to find the villagers. They entered one house. There were dinner dishes on the table, a cauldron with food. Steam was coming out of the cauldron, as if it had just come from the stove. Only there were no people. A similar picture was in all the houses, as if people had just been there, but everyone was hiding. An interesting find was waiting for them in the cellar of a house close to the forest. A boy, 7 years old, was sitting in the cellar and wasn't reacting to any questions of the man who had discovered him. He was only swaying constantly, and tears were flowing from his eyes. As it turned out later, it was the son of the same god who first had disappeared. Since then, the boy didn't speak. He had gone crazy. The expedition returned safely and spread the bad name of the place. 50 years have passed since then, and no humans have ever set foot on the Forbidden Lands. As you understand, I, almost completely disappointed in my hopes, decided to settle for a week in that ominous place. The locals, having learned about my decision, began to avoid me, and it was noticeable how their hamstrings trembled at the mere mention of long-standing events. I bought provisions to last a week, got a gun and other necessary things, and headed towards another disappointment. I had to walk a couple of 10 kilometers along the route kindly drawn by a local showman on my map. I was lucky to get to the taiga at such a favorable time of the year, when the temperature was conventional to me, plus 10 degrees Celsius. I made my way along the hunting paths in gloomy silence, occasionally interrupted by the cries of unknown birds. Halfway through, I decided to make a short break and rest my weary legs from walking. After a bite of bread and stew, I carefully examined the place of my halt. All around was green, fresh but just very quiet. That seemed strange to me. Besides, I was constantly feeling someone's eyes on me, but it annoyed me more than it made me nervous. And no matter how much I looked around, I couldn't find the mysterious observer. Having a snack, I continued on my way, as I was planning to decide on a place to sleep until dark. After a couple of hours, I saw a silhouette of a hut ahead, and coming closer, I was convinced that I had reached my destination. My mood was great. The sun was just starting to sink towards the horizon, so I had plenty of time to choose a temporary shelter. I glanced up at the grim picture in front of me. Crooked houses, eaten away by mildew in some parts, paths overgrown with weeds. Household utensils and tools were scattered around the yards. Everything indicated that the residents in a hurry had grabbed only the most necessary things. I entered the house that was least affected by the ravages of time and dampness. A well-knit hut greeted me with the smell of rot and oldness. But inside, the room was surprisingly well preserved. I started arranging a place to sleep and tried to bring the rare living space to an acceptable form for living, wiped a thick layer of dust from the table, opened the windows wide and lit the stove. In the cellar I found several kerosene lamps, and with their help lit up my temporary dwelling. After dinner, I went out into the street in order to have a view on other houses to find some useful household things. At dusk, the ghost of the village looked ominous, but it didn't bother me at all. The oppressive silence was almost palpable. Moreover, now I felt more clearly an extraneous presence, a hostile presence. According to my estimates, that was the owner of the places, whose peace was disturbed by my untimely visit. But, since I had been looking for a meeting with him, I was burning with curiosity, expecting how he would show himself, but he didn't hurry to do that. Inspection of the neighboring houses got me a bunch of useful stuff in the household. For the sake of interest, I even went down to the cellar in which the boy had been found, but nothing except for an ordinary household rubbish was there. Having returned to my hut, I decided to pass the time before bedtime by reading a book that I had prudently taken with me. An hour later, I dozed off after a long walk. At around 2 in the morning, a crushing blow shook my door, from which I immediately woke up. Rubbing my eyes and putting on my shoes, I felt that I was having a sinking sensation in the pit of my stomach. There was no second knock, but without thinking, I opened the door, expecting to see a werewolf, the phantom of the opera, the goblin, whatever. But there was no one at the door. It puzzled me a little, and I walked around the house, but found nothing. Cursing, I went back and dropped myself in a sleeping bag. But as soon as I closed my eyes, clatter and squelching came from the street. Judging by the noise, there were several travelers. I joyfully jumped up and ran out into the hallway. Along the rain-soaked path located between 2 rows of houses, a man was walking, dressed in the national clothes of the Yakuts. With one hand, he was holding a rope to which the cow was tied. His head was lowered, and it seemed like he was carefully thinking through his every step. I called out to him, but he ignored me. So I ran out into the road and stood right in his way, intending to stop the procession and find out why the hell he was rummaging around at night. Having come closer to me, the man raised his head and pronounced, "Kira!" I managed to make out his face. It was as pale as a sheet, and in the place where the eyes should have been, I saw only gaping black holes. I wanted to make him talk, but I didn't have time, because at that moment his outlines became less clear and, before reaching me in 2 steps, both walkers simply disappeared into the air. I was very surprised but not scared, although this was the first time when I had encountered such a phenomenon. Confused, I returned to the house and, as soon as I touched the pillow, fell into a heavy dreamless sleep. The next morning, over a cup of coffee, I pondered the events of the previous night. Now the incident seemed to me phantasmagoric and unreal, and I explained everything by the specific atmosphere in that place, on the basis of which I had developed hallucinations. Deciding to cheer myself up, I took a gun with the intention of going hunting in the forest. Taking some food with me and filling a flask with water, I set off, carefully drawing landmarks on a detailed map of the area, which a local resident had given me. My enthusiasm was greatly diminished when, after 3 hours of wandering, I didn't meet not only a big birdie, but even an ordinary hare which that place was supposed to be full of. In general, there was a feeling that the place was dead. Even the sunlight seemed somehow dull and exhausted. Tired, I sat down for a snack and realized with annoyance that for the last 40 minutes I had not put any landmarks on the map, and had no idea from which side I had come to the edge of the forest. Having finished my meal, I began to look with a compass for the last landmark I had marked, and after an hour and a half I found a mossy boulder that I had already met on the way. Having composed my thoughts, I continued moving in the direction chosen on the map, but after half an hour of wandering, I ended up near the same boulder. I tried again to go back to the village, but an hour later I ended up in the same place. At that point, I began to seriously worry about my sanity. I looked at my watch, hoping to figure out how much time I had spent idly wandering around the taiga, but realized that it had stopped. That puzzled me greatly, since my situation was worsening every minute. I had already eaten the prepared food, less than a quarter of the water in the flask was left, and the sun was setting. Taiga was known for its temperature impermanence, and the prospect of spending a cold night in the open space didn't please me at all. Daytime promenades took a toll on my condition, and I decided to warm up a little before moving on. Having collected dry wood, I prepared to make a fire, but when I opened the matchbox, I saw that there was no sulfur on any of the matches. Inside, there were just small wooden logs. At that moment I became seriously nervous, because having soberly assessed my chances of surviving on a cold night in the taiga without food, water or fire, I realized that the threat of death from hypothermia was very acute. The darkness deepened, and there was a strained silence. In that silence, the crunch of branches breaking nearby sounded like a cannon shot, forcing me to gather my thoughts. I raised my gun, cocked the trigger and began to aim at the place where the visitor might appear. Judging by the crunch, it seemed to me that an elk, or a wild boar or some other large representative of the taiga fauna would come out to the edge. But then the crunch sounded in a completely opposite direction, and I whirled around at the sound. There was no one to be seen, but I saw the grass ripple under two huge, heavy feet 10 meters away from me. At that moment, for the first time, I felt how fear was wrapping me in its sticky embrace, and my heart began to beat faster. But even then, I was still far from panic. Without thinking, I fired a double shot at the supposed location of the enemy. The shot flew through something, and without causing it any harm, got stuck in the tree behind. At that moment, there was a deafening, malicious laugh, which seemed to me even louder than the shot. An unknown force tore the gun out of my hands, and it flew off, hitting a tree with a swing. The same force picked me up like a feather and slammed me into a boulder with force. As I was coming to my senses, rubbing my bruised ribs, that very boulder flew up and promptly fell down. If I hadn't had time to roll back to the side, I would certainly have ended my inglorious life in the taiga wilderness. I jumped to my feet and rushed away from the accursed meadow under the peals of terrifying laughter. Now I felt an animal horror, because it was one thing to encounter something rational, amenable to explanation, and quite another to meet an invisible something, which actions were absolutely impossible to predict. My pursuer moved at the same distance, not trying to shorten it, but not allowing me to increase it. Thoughts were whirling around in my head. My heart was beating wildly. Now I wasn't happy at all with the emotions I was experiencing. Back then, I wasn't suspecting yet that there was still a certain logic in that hellish marathon. Suddenly, in the darkness, I made out a whitish silhouette, and turning my head, I noticed several more. At first, I thought that those were people who might be able to help me. But having approached one of the figures, I recognized with horror my yesterday's acquaintance. This time he was without a cow, and was nimbly moving in my direction, holding a huge axe in his hands. I realized that they were the dead inhabitants of the abandoned village. Laughter from behind didn't let me stop, and the rest of the figures surrounded me in a semicircle, leaving me with only one option: to retreat. In the darkness, I could not distinguish their faces, but I physically was feeling hatred for myself. The action reminded me of the persecution of the beast, and the figures, like hunters, were driving me into a trap, but I didn't yet know what kind of trap. My foot hit the hole, and I heavily fell to the ground. Having turned in the direction of the pursuers, I barely had time to cling to the ground, as the sharp blade of the scythe whistled through the air in the place where my neck had been a second ago. A bare-haired dead woman was standing over me. I cannot describe what I was feeling at that moment, but the situation forced me to continue moving, despite the wild fatigue and complete exhaustion. The sun had set long ago, and the frantic race was continuing in total darkness. Wild laughter and the noise of the chase did not let me stop even for a second. I ran, every now and then bumping into branches that painfully were whipping my face, and the trees like soulless giants closed their shoulders, preventing me from breaking away due to a change in trajectory. Soon, the forest began to thin out, and I found myself on the edge of a cliff. Because of the darkness, I could not see its height, and the evil laughter and the clatter of the dead were approaching me. There was my trap. Either jump into the abyss or die at the hands of unknown forces. I didn't have time to think, so I decided to jump. There was a gentle slope under the cliff, and having landed on it, I rolled down at high speed. I don't know how much I kept rolling, but a strong blow against some obstacle sent my consciousness into oblivion. I woke up 3 days later in a hospital located 80 kilometers from the extinct village. How I ended up there, what really happened that night, why I survived, I don't know the answers to these questions. The only thing I managed to achieve was to experience fear. But you have to pay for everything in this life, and now fear doesn't leave me for a minute, driving my consciousness to a frenzy at night. Now I can already tell you about the events of the winter of 1949 that happened to me in the cold tundra. Now the state has already disappeared, and the most of people who knew about it and interrogated me for a whole year after these events are no longer alive. After all the interrogations, I was sent to prison for life as a traitor. And in prison, I filled out so many papers that I am still afraid to disclose these events. But I hope that everyone has already forgotten about it. In any case, I have nothing to be afraid of. I am already over 70 and I have no relatives. So I was supposed to die in prison, but after 4 months, I found myself on the amnesty lists. So now I just have to tell you my story, but everything in order. It's hard to believe in my story, but all the events took part in reality. The events of this story took place during the USSR era, when people were doing their best to develop the state in the direction of the north. I was one of the few who voluntarily went to explore the Putarana Plateau in the post-war period as part of geological groups. After graduation, I was offered a job. For 6 or 7 months, I had to work in the tundra, far in the north of our country. Then I was allowed to rest for 2 months. The money was offered even at that time pretty good. By this time I wasn't married and I had no children, unlike my classmates. So nothing held me back, and I agreed without thinking. I graduated from the specialty of an engine repairman. I even managed to walk a little. The work itself was not difficult. The basis of my work duties were flights as part of geological groups to places where I needed to monitor equipment, mainly generators. Any geological station had on average 1 generator for its electrification. Geologists without electricity, believe me, are extremely shitty. This doesn't mean everyday comfort. In winter, the temperatures kept at -40 degrees. Wind gusts often reach 20-30 meters per second. Without heat, you can simply not survive here. It's easier to live here in the summer. If something goes wrong, without electricity for a day or 2, it sucks of course, but tolerable. And winter here lasts all 9 months. And without electricity, in winter is a complete ass. We didn't have a reserve generator. When you fly by helicopter, every kilogram counts. The generator is a big shit, the size of a train carriage. But there were no serious problems during the whole time of my work. I did the maintenance of the generators on time, monitored the oil, and listened to the noise of the instruments. Of course, sometimes I had to disassemble the technical device completely and do it in the cold at -40 degrees and fix it using all available improvised means. Once I even had to go to the mainland for spare parts. Due to condensation, a water hammer happened, one connecting rod bent. We waited 4 weeks. It didn't work out any faster, but fortunately it was in the summer. So everything was boring enough. I entertained myself as much as I could. And there was such a time. One day, as I remember, a new geologist arrived. He was young, even younger than me. The new geologist began to ask everyone, under various pretexts, in which rivers there is gold. He'll ask one of them casually, then the other. Well, when he asked me, I told him about one river, 15 kilometers from the camp. I told him that I was fishing there and saw something shining on the bottom, but I'm not sure. I told him to take a bag, collect sand, bring it to the camp, and then we will sift through it in secret from everyone and see if there is anything there or not. So the fool geologist believed, really ran to the river, dragged a bag of sand across the tundra, and he gained a lot from greed. When he brought it and started looking for gold, as a joke I poured copper shavings into this sand for him, and probably it was too much. When he saw the shiny copper shavings, he was very happy. And then he disappeared for 3 days. I had to tell everyone a joke when they couldn't find him for a long time. He spent 3 whole days searching for gold in the river, but he didn't find anything, and he didn't want to come back empty. He didn't talk to me anymore, and then he flew away altogether. No one forced me to sit in one place around the clock, so while the geologists were going about their work, I had other things to do. I traveled across the tundra in search of fish lakes. There were a lot of fish there, because there wasn't a single living soul in the vicinity, only dwarf trees and small mountains. I agreed with the boss and left for 2-3 days, making sure to take some food, matches, a gun — I didn't want to meet a bear or a wolverine without a gun — a compass, a tent, a sleeping bag, a small folding drill, and fishing rods, of course, with a set of jig hooks. I loaded the whole thing into a snowmobile and left. At first, in the tundra, it seems that it's almost impossible to get lost there. High mountains can be seen from afar. Low trees do not interfere with the view in any way. Landmarks can be seen for several kilometers. But this is all complete nonsense. Endless fields of dwarf trees and the same mountain range, and that's it. You can wander endlessly in search of the place where you came from. People managed to get lost in the simplest situations. One summer, 2 fishermen went to the middle of the lake, went fishing, and there are 4 mountains around the lake. They were identical mountains. They swam to one, looked at the shore. They did not come from here. They swam to the other shore, again not from here. And the lake is small, let's swim along the shore, look for traces. They were lucky then that it was a polar day in summer. It was light the whole 24 hours. After 6 or 7 hours, the tired fishermen found the place from where they had sailed. However, it happened absolutely by accident. One of the fishermen crumpled an empty pack of cigarettes and threw it on the shore before getting into the boat. That's how they found the right place. Everything is so identical and infinite that you are simply amazed. Sometimes when you drive in a straight line, it begins to seem that you have already seen it all and are driving in circles. Stupid feeling of déjà vu. Here the main thing is, in no case should you turn off the way. That time, having stuffed a set of necessary things into a snowmobile, leaving behind the geological camp, I rushed off into the tundra in search of a good fish lake. According to my calculations, there should have been good-sized pikes in the place where I wanted to fish. I really wanted to surprise my colleagues with a noble prey. After a few hours later, I was already driving up to the very fatal lake, which I later showed to hundreds of people, both military men of different ranks and scientists. But this was the first time I saw it. The lake did not look any different from hundreds of other lakes scattered throughout the tundra. so all subsequent events were nothing more than an evil fate. I have often come back to this moment in my thoughts, during all those long years spent in prison. Why me? What is the probability that in God's forsaken places, among hundreds of identical lakes, a single person will find exactly this lake? But I digress. At this time of year, the lakes froze at least a meter deep, so I fearlessly drove a snowmobile almost to the middle, and then the ice cracked. The snowmobile immediately fell into the crevice, and with it, Internally, I prepared to swim out of the icy water, but instead, I felt myself falling into the void. I managed to realize that it was not ice on the lake, but an ice crust hanging over some cave. Then I hit the ice and lost consciousness. I don't know how long I lay unconscious, but judging by the fact that I didn't have time to freeze anything, I woke up almost instantly. I woke up in a cave about 6 or 7 meters deep, and the frozen water, which I took for a lake, formed a kind of thin ice roof through which, though weakly, light still penetrated. First of all, I looked around, and although I was raised by atheist parents, I crossed myself. There was an even deeper abyss near the place where I fell, where apparently my snowmobile fell along with all my things. Trying not to get up, I carefully crawled away from the edge, after which I began to think about what I should do next. I found myself in a difficult situation. Without weapons and transport, it was difficult for me to get to the camp, even if I got out of the cave. I checked the contents of the pockets. The matches, hidden in the bosom and carefully wrapped in a fabric that protects from moisture, were in place. The flask with alcohol, which I carefully put in the inner pocket of my jacket the day before, also did not go anywhere. Well, that was something. Tearing off a piece of cloth, wrapping it around some stick that I found near the place of my fall, and watering the rag with alcohol, I got some kind of light source. When I lit the handmade torch, I went to explore the place in which I found myself. The bottom of the cave was covered with a layer of strange debris, some branches, driftwood, small stones and remnants of vegetation. Said that, after all, there was water here once, and this place really was a lake. At the same time, the crust of ice under which I fell should have appeared at that moment. That is, there was water in the lake in summer, and in winter, after the ice crust froze, it went somewhere. Perhaps the water flowed into the same fault where my snowmobile fell. It was all very strange. The Putarana Plateau is monolithic, and the nearest joints of the Earth's plates, because of which an earthquake or some other cataclysm could occur, are very far away. In this case, it was easier to believe in fabulous giants or huge mammoths that collapsed the voids under the lake than that this event happened by itself. I was confused and went to explore the cave further. I tried to walk very carefully. Some accidental dislocation of my leg due to a ridiculous fall on slippery rocks would be enough to stay in this place forever. However, I didn't forget that it was necessary to get out as quickly as possible, because the chance of freezing here, underground, was much higher than on the surface. After a while, 2 or 3 hours, I felt completely hopeless. On the part of the lake bottom where I found myself, there was no way to get to the surface. On one side there was a landslide, on the other, an almost sheer section of rock. Anyway, I was trapped. I explored the rock looking for a place where I could climb up, even though I didn't know what I would do, even if I found one, because there's a thick layer of ice at the top, and it was almost impossible to break through it without falling off a plumb line and bringing the ice down on yourself, even purely theoretically. However, at some point, I found a small narrow hole, and the flame of my handmade torch, held up to this hole, began to waver. So it could be the way up. I didn't even know about the existence of claustrophobia before. I was not familiar with abstruse terms then. However, I remember those feelings with horror. I crawled, the hole narrowed and narrowed. Sharp rocks clung to my clothes, stretching my hands, tearing off pieces of my cloth and pressing down on me with all their weight. The light no longer penetrated here. Then I prayed to all the gods that the already weak flame of my torch would not go out right here, that the light would not leave me alone with the impenetrable darkness in this hellish darkness. I don't know how much time passed, but at some point, exhausted, I literally fell into a very wide room. In this huge room, the light of my torch did not reach the walls and roof. There is only darkness around, and I, lonely and tired, am in the middle of it. My heart was beating wildly. The blood was pounding in my temples. I was glad that I was able to get out of that hole alive. I was also very scared. I didn't know what was ahead of me. The thoughts in my head were breaking each other. I didn't know if I was doing the right thing. Maybe by going deep into the cave, I'm only condemning myself to certain death. Maybe I should have stayed where I was and waited for the moment when I was found and rescued. After all, that new geologist was found. It would be hard to hold out for 3 days, but it's still real. When there's fire and ice, you can hold out for at least a week on water alone. But I definitely didn't want to go back to the cave. I didn't want to go all the way back through that damn hole. I'd rather die than climb back up. With this thought in mind, I actively began to explore the room in which I found myself. Walked along the wall, lighting my way with a torch. After about a few minutes, I came across this. I didn't immediately understand what I was dealing with, and only after a few minutes, along with a wave of fear, it began to dawn on my mind what I had found. That the skeleton of the monster was lying against the wall. At first it seemed to me that these were the remains of some large animal, maybe a deer. But after looking at it more closely, I began to feel like I was covered in sticky sweat from head to toe. This monster's head looked like a dog's. Despite the permafrost, the animal's body was badly damaged, as if it had burned alive. The remains were very old. The animal had practically grown into the ice, covering the walls of the cave with the right part of his body. The body of the creature had human features. The limbs had 6 fingers. The height of this creature was about 2.5 meters. At the same time, the animal was wearing clothes. Scraps of cloth that had lost color covered the body of this monster. Perhaps during his lifetime, the monster wore something like a woman's skirt and had some kind of cape over his body. There was some kind of necklace around the animal's neck. For a long time, I was afraid to touch the corpse, but still curiosity got the better of me. I carefully removed the necklace from the frozen body and examined it. There were some patterns on it, similar to writing, written around the image of some kind of beast with 7 limbs. At that moment, I was experiencing a lot of different emotions: fear, pride, and curiosity. Of course, I held in my hands the proof that there is, or was, a previously unexplored race on our planet. It was a huge scientific breakthrough, and it was not someone who made it, but me. This is at least an order and glory to the whole USSR. I was examining the corpse of the mystical animal carefully, but my thoughts were interrupted by some kind of hum. It came from far away. Then I wasn't sure if the sound was real, because for a long time I had been in the complete silence of the cave, and I only heard the echo of my footsteps and the pounding of my heart in my ears. I was very inspired and imagined how this cave was named after me, and maybe even some street. So I made the biggest mistake of my life. I went in the direction from which the sound came. As I walked, I knew more and more that the sound, like the beating of drums, was not a figment of my imagination. I followed the sound, but after flashing for the last time, my torch went out. At first I was scared. Then I stood for a few minutes in total darkness and saw a faint light in the depths of the cave. My first thought was that here he was, finally the way out. But when carefully, trying not to stumble, I began to make my way closer to the light source, it became clear that what I saw had nothing to do with daylight. Moreover, the sound of the drums was getting louder as I approached. Everything that followed is forever imprinted in my memory. As soon as I approached the light source, I realized that I was on a hill. From this hill, I could see what was happening on a small area of the cave, which was about 5 meters below me. This area was illuminated by a bonfire, the fire of which was blue. Next to it, silhouettes of monsters danced like shadows, very similar to the corpse I found earlier. I couldn't find the source of the sound, but the drum beat intensified. It was at this moment that I should have left, run away, hide far away from this place. But curiosity overcame fear, and I peered into the shadows of incomprehensible monsters that were unnaturally writhing in the blue light of this alien campfire. They were shaking terribly, as if in a painful fit. Then they froze, raising their long paws or hands. I don't know what they have. They bared their mouths, ran on all fours, fell, and got up. Soon, I saw something that I couldn't see before in the dark. They were next to a huge hole, like the one that my snowmobile fell into, only much larger. It began next to the fire and stretched so far that its end was not visible. I looked at it all as if mesmerized. I couldn't move or breathe, and then suddenly, the figures froze. The drumming stopped. The shadows began to whine and growl. It didn't sound like a dog or wolf growl. It didn't look like any animal I've ever known. At some point, I began to recognize the words. They said something like,
"Krr, krr, call, call."
The same thing over and over again. The echoes sang along with them, spreading a wild rumble throughout the cave. The terrible wheezing was so loud that I couldn't hear my own thoughts. And then something happened that I still have nightmares about. Suddenly, if by a wave of an unknown conductor's baton, the creatures fell silent. For a second, the dead silence rang in my ears. Then, from the hole next to which the monsters were standing, a creepy, unlike anything else, rumble was heard. It was as if someone had blown a giant horn. Then, a huge monster appeared from the hole. There was very little firelight to see the giant completely. It was huge. Even without seeing the whopper, I physically felt that this shit was crawling out just from everywhere. I do not know what it was, but at that moment I was so scared that I screamed. The monsters near the campfire immediately turned to me. I just felt like I was being burned by a lot of stairs. And after that, I raced away. In the dark, somewhere blind as a puppy, not thinking that I could stumble and fall, not understanding in principle where I need to move. I really just wanted to hide from this giant, who for fuck knows how long slept at the bottom of the cave. I ran, fell, got up. I heard the sounds of footsteps behind me. I heard the wheezing and howling of these monsters. Tears rolled down my eyes. I remember everything that happened next in fragments. as if I was dead drunk. I remember seeing the light. I remember running towards it, stumbling, feeling no pain. I just wanted to be away from this cave, from this place. I remember how, scratching the ice with my hands like a daring sportsman, I climbed almost a sheer cliff. After getting out of the hole, I just raced forward, not stopping for a second. I spent that night sleepless, trying to warm up by the campfire. In every rustle, I could hear the footsteps of the pursuing monsters. A few days later, my colleagues finally found me. After that, I was afraid of dogs for a long time, just in a panic. You already know what happened next. I would really like all these events to be just a figment of my imagination. But that mysterious necklace that I took with me from that cave, it was proof that everything I saw was real. The necklace was taken from me almost immediately. After all the interrogations, I was taken to this lake several times. A huge bunch of military men ran around these caves, exploring them up and down. Even I have no idea what they found there. We'll probably never know. But I finally did what I wanted. I told my story, which no one was supposed to know. I still don't know who I saw in that cave then. Even now, in the era of space exploration, man has not yet reached the vast expanses of the Earth, millions of kilometers of Earth. There are hundreds of similar caves hidden from the eyes of people. We are afraid of aliens and want to find life on their planets, while God only knows what our native Earth hides from us in its depths. This amazing story took place during Soviet times in the northeastern parts of Siberia, namely Yakutia. It was told by my father, and I unconditionally believe him. In the distant year of 1961, he had the opportunity to work as a driller in the nearby village of Aikal, which means praise from Yakut, which was located near the Saksalak River, which means a river with traps. The settlement was just getting started that year, in response to the discovery of a rich diamond deposit in the middle of the permafrost. Life doesn't only consist of self-sufficient work, it also includes time for well-deserved rest. In his spare time, my father went hunting in the taiga adjacent to the village, as most geologists do. He'd been out in the area with a rifle before, and he even had a well-traveled route. It was the end of October, the first winter month in Yakutia. The weather that day was supposed to be fine in the morning. Sunny, clear skies. The thermometer read -35 degrees Fahrenheit, which was mildly cold. It's more or less comfortable in places where the average winter temperatures is -50 degrees Fahrenheit. The days are short in winter, and the temperature at night can drop to -60 degrees. Then my father decided to take a different route, making a good loop through two large hills and the bog, the sickly space in the taiga that lay behind them. The route was supposed to be about 15 kilometers long in total. He wasn't a professional trapper, but he could set traps and catch game. He occasionally agreed to go deer hunting if he could free his tractor from work ahead of time. This stuff encouraged him to pursue his hobby, which provided some variety to the local menu. The snow had long since fallen with a thick, white covering, so my father set off on his skis. Initially he was followed by a dog, but it probably decided not to get frozen and returned to the base. Meanwhile, the frosty man was scrambling along the snowy horizon, surrounded by the area's enchanting winter scenery. He walked slowly and measuredly, conserving his strength because he knew his tail had a long way to go to get to the sea. He came down to a small frozen lake after crossing the first coniferous forested hill, and here, in the bottom, he decided to take a little break, to warm up his bones with the invigorating heat of thick taiga tea. My father placed the crib behind a large, rocky boulder. He threw a smoky log on the snow, lit a hot fire, and placed a smoky kettle on it. He sat by the smoldering fire, admiring the flames and reflecting on his difficult life. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, bringing low, heavy clouds that covered the heavenly blue with a thick veil, and thick sticky snow fell on the frozen taiga. This whirlwind of air lasted 3 hours, putting a fat cross on the hunt that had never begun. The mood had plummeted significantly below normal. The natural bacchanalia came to an end just as abruptly as it began. It was snowing heavily. Dad realized his plans had been thrown off, so he decided to return to the base, having some more fragrant tea for the road ahead of time. He had to take a detour on his way back. There was no point in climbing up the hills and wasting his energy because of the abundant snow. Even on white hunting skis, it was difficult to wade through the snow, which was as sticky as sour water. He walked a few kilometers and became exhausted. After a while, he realized he had gotten lost somewhere in the right direction. He couldn't orient himself by the sun because it was obscured by heavy clouds. Nature then reminded him that it was a bad day in February, and it was getting dark quickly. In general, the situation was bleak. My father became disoriented and was unable to locate himself. He came to a halt and began to listen to check if the drill noise was audible. In the cold, the sound spreads far, but in vain. There was only a deafening silence. Several times he fired his rifle into the air, hoping that someone would hear, call out, and come to his aid. It was getting very dark. My father had no choice but to spend the night in the taiga. There was nothing to be afraid of. After all, it wasn't the first time. He found a good spot, cleared away the snow, and made a good fire. After a while, he cleared out the fireplace, chopped coniferous twigs, and tossed them on top of the warmed ground, making a fluffy carpet pad with heating. He then lit 2 healthy pine trees in front of the bunkhouse and lay down to rest. He placed his rifle next to it, but with the barrel pointing in the opposite direction. My father wasn't going to sleep, he just wanted to while away the dark time until dawn. However, the warmth of the ground, the stirring melody of the crackling fire, and the exhaustion of the day relaxed my father, and he fell asleep. He has no idea how long he slept. But then he heard snow squeaking in the middle of the night, as well as some soft whispering or quiet murmuring, as if someone was muttering under his nose. My father lifted his head slightly, and through the slits of his eyelashes, he saw a man sitting at the end of one of the burning logs. A stranger, not a Yakut. The glints of fire were performing an enigmatic dance on his face. My father wanted to ask, "Who are you? Where are you from?" But the man, upon being noticed, smiled and said,
"Vaska, get up, you're freezing. It's cold."
And he said it firmly and authoritatively. Then he got up from the log and headed into the darkness of the taiga. My father managed to move, and at that moment he felt very cold. His entire body was stiff, and his arms and legs wouldn't move. He could barely open his eyelashes, firmly gripped by frost. It was pitch black all around. My father was freezing because the fire had long since gone out. He began to shake and managed to move a little, but the frost was dreadful. With considerable difficulty, he managed to rekindle the fire with his fretless fingers. He got a little warm and didn't sleep a wink until morning. He periodically waved his arms and kicked his feet away. In general, he managed to keep himself awake until morning, when he was discovered by geologists from a neighboring party who came in a tanket. It turns out that night, the temperature dropped to -62 degrees. Everything ended well for my father in general. Well, he still got his face frostbitten, but not badly, as well as his right foot. The latter still periodically nauseates at the change in the weather, reminding of the mysterious stranger. My father tried to remember the face of the man who had saved him by waking him up in the middle of the night near midnight insomnia, but he couldn't do it. Then he told the story to the tank man, who had picked them up from their winter road shifts in the spring. He was an interesting, wise man who had gone through the entire war, and after he was demobilized, he had spent a decade and a half wandering the northern expanses. He'd seen a lot in his life, and he had pulled on fate's whiskers more than once. So the tank man said in all seriousness, "Perhaps it was a geologist from one of the previous exploration companies, a certain Albert Nikolaevich, who vanished without a trace somewhere in this area 3 years ago. He either drowned in the lake or died at sea." My father asked him, "Do you yourself believe me?" He calmly looked my father in the eye and said, "Why should I not believe you? We've been through a lot worse during the war." So my father owes his rescue to Albert Nikolaevich, who had gone missing. It's still a mystery how he knew my father's name. As always, I look forward to hearing your thoughts on the story in the comments. How is this possible? And on to the next story. What happened there? It happened while I was living in Trisbaikalia and interning on a geological expedition. Although it has been many years, my memory occasionally transports me back to those times. Our camp was in the taiga, far from civilization, at the base of a rocky hillside. Cedar trees, we call them dwarf trees, and currants grew on its slope among the rocks. Cedar nuts are smaller than ones of the nut pine. Currants, on the other hand, have large berries the size of cherries, some even the size of a black cherry, but bitter. We drew water from a spring about 2 or 3 meters from our camp. It was ice cold, and if I drank it right away, it made my teeth cramp. Everybody was back from their hikes. The sun had set, the moon rose and the stars shone in the sky. We sat by the fire. It was silent, no darkness. The flames were rising as if reaching for the sky. And then, out of nowhere, a sound came, like bells ringing. Then they were joined by what sounded like a flute and thunderclap. We froze and listened, looking at each other in surprise. It went on for a few minutes, not for long, and then it was quiet again. "What the hell? There are no settlements nearby and the sky is clear. That's weird," said one of our geologists. After 5 minutes of listening to the silence, everyone calmed down, albeit with a puzzled expression on their faces. "I heard something like that once, when I was a regular hunter," began the worker of our group, but his speech was interrupted by muffled blows of an axe on a tree trunk. Then they were joined by the sound of a saw. But who can chop and saw in the taiga at night? The sounds did not appear to be far away, but rather close, approximately 30 meters away, possibly a little further or closer. "Should we go check it out? Who's out in the woods late at night?" suggested the former hunter. Everyone was interested, so they backed him up. He was accompanied by the squad leader and the senior geologist. The second geologist joined us, with me and 2 other students. They'd brought flashlights with them. The hunter also had a rifle. The geologist had a pick, and the squad leader had a flare gun. A penetrating groaning sounded from the side where they went after they left. As soon as they disappeared in the darkness, in just a few seconds, my skin crawled and the hairs on my head moved on their own. It became extremely frightening. We looked at each other, terrified, and then there was another moan, followed by a ferocious, deafening screech. When a woman is terrified, she usually screams in this manner. We all jumped to our feet and turned in that direction unintentionally. The shrieking subsided, and we heard sobbing, crying, and wailing. That's what you hear when a loved one passes away. A few minutes passed. We stood there staring into the darkness, worried about our comrades. Finally, the sobbing stopped. There was a deafening silence. After another 10 minutes, we heard footsteps, and in a moment our men emerged from the darkness. Their faces were pale. They silently walked over and sat by the fire, Their shoes were soaked in ash, and even their pants down to their knees were stained with ash. We too sat and looked at them questioningly. After a bit of silence and hot tea, the former hunter told us what they had seen.
As we suggested, it wasn't too far from us. In a radius of about 80 meters, it was a burnt area covered with a thick layer of ash. In the center of it was a charred tree trunk with many burned branches sticking from it. On this island, a man sat on a branch next to the trunk. A woman was kneeling on the ground beside him, in the ashes, and she was crying and whispering something to him. But it was impossible to tell her words. The moonlight illuminated them well. He was barefoot, he was wearing baggy pants and a loose-fitting shirt. She was dressed in a long skirt and a blouse with sleeves. Her hair, pulled back in a bun, was disheveled. Her handkerchief was dangling from her shoulders. We stood on the mountain's edge at first, stunned by what we saw. But even before we were 15 meters away, we stopped abruptly for a few seconds when we heard a screech.
"Did you hear it?" We confirmed it.
So, we took a step back and observed. We understood that we must somehow calm her down and get out of there, but my legs refused to move. To our left, we heard a low, hoarse voice. "Do not go near them, you're gonna get killed." We saw someone standing between the bushes, half turned to us. The figure looked like a man, thin, about 6 feet tall, if not a bit taller. We couldn't see his face, just a black outline. We were surprised to hear him because he was about 10 meters away from us. I turned on my flashlight and pointed the beam in his direction. As soon as the light reached the bushes, he disappeared. There was no one between the bushes or in the surrounding area. Then we walked a few meters in the direction of the villager and the woman, but didn't come up close. We turned on all 3 flashlights and shone the light towards them. Before our eyes, they disappeared, dissolved. Only the charred tree trunk remained. We approached it without turning off the lights. There were no traces. We illuminated all around again and went back. The hunter finished his narrative and fell silent. For a while we sat in silence. We who remained in the camp reflected on what we'd been told, and those who had been there reflected on what they had seen. Then everyone started sharing their own versions of what had happened. Without reaching an agreement, everyone went back to their tents and resolved to go check everything the next day in the sunshine. We went as soon as we finished breakfast in the morning, but this time we went all together. We made our way fast to the burnt area. In the middle of it was a burnt tree trunk with no branches. There were no ashes on the ground, only a dark, scorched patch. We looked around and didn't find anything, so we went back to the camp. The following nights were quiet and peaceful. Perhaps a catastrophe had occurred at that location a long time ago, to which we were eyewitnesses at some point of time. We haven't uncovered any solid explanations, so we're just making educated guesses. And what do you think, friends? What phenomenon did they observe in the woods? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And now, the next story. Unforgettable Night. Everyone who has encountered nature's immense power and strength, hunters, fishermen, geologists, tourists, will agree. A lot of unexplainable and mysterious things happen in the taiga, mountains, swamps and wilderness. And it has happened to me a few times that I find difficult to believe. In the early 80s, I was involved in an incident that I always remember with a sour taste in my mouth. It was the month of July, 1983. A group of 6 geologists conducted special surveys in the Volgograd, Saratov, and Kuybyshev regions during that hot summer. According to the assignment, they conducted a series of soil investigations using a unique methodology. They dug cuts, dug pits, and drilled wells to collect the required samples. We spent nights outdoors in 2-meter tents.
They parked in forested areas or near bodies of water, on the banks of ponds, rivers, lakes on the floodplain. Everything happened in the Saratov region, near the town of Yershov. For 4 days we camped on the banks of the Malu-Yuzin River. I don't remember the name of the small village upstream from us. For a change of pace, as well as culinary delight, we went catching fish and crayfish, both abundant in the river. It was all because the water was crystal clear and delicious, owing to the numerous springs and streams that fed it. Everything was primordial and mundane in the morning, before the mysterious accident. We ate breakfast and then began digging pits. But something changed suddenly around lunchtime. Working became more difficult than it had ever been. Our work is physically demanding, and we literally had to do everything with great struggle and effort. We all felt a strong surge of energy very quickly, as if we'd been drained of all energy. We had no idea what was going on, but it turned out to be just the beginning of something completely inexplicable. At some point, we felt an unreal, ringing silence. It was as if someone unseen had silenced everything. Insects silenced their musical instruments. Bumblebees, coneflies and bees. The birds ceased to sing. Even the river's babbling had stopped. It was as if there was a kingdom of dead silence all around us. It was challenging for me. We had to pay close attention to the person we were speaking with at all times, as if the words were stuck in thick absorbent cotton. We decided to change our plans for the day after realizing the futility of attempting to complete the planned amount of work. We decided to take a break. We took out our fishing gear, but by the evening we had caught no fish or crayfish, despite having caught as much as we wanted the day before. The entire world around us seemed to come to a halt, as if in a trance. The water was as smooth as a greenish mirror, with not a single splash or bead on the surface. All of the creatures appeared to be running away from something. The sky was blue and clear, not a cloud. However, the sun appeared to be framed in a haze. We looked around in awe, unable to comprehend anything. Sensibly, the level of anxiety was rising. By evening, our stomachs reminded us that everybody's got to eat. We had some canned food on hand, and we cooked some stew with greens over an open fire. We ate dinner. It soon became dark. There were millions of stars twinkling in the dark sky, but we couldn't see the moon. We brewed fragrant tea, sat drinking while gazing at the flames, talking about our own lives, and introducing mosquitoes to the rhythms of percussion instruments. And suddenly, 6 adults, young, strong, healthy people, all at once fell silent. It was evident how everyone's eyes lit up with the flames of fright. I won't lie, I was overcome with fear at that moment, which came in icy waves from somewhere deep within the forest's abyss. Something felt like it was reaching out with shaggy fingers. It will grab you in an instant. You can be certain that if you take a few steps away from the fire's protection, you will perish. My legs felt weak, as if they had vanished. After a few minutes of confusion, the fire was filled with brushwood, firewood, and anything that could be used as a defensive weapon: shovels, picks, axes, and sticks. Long howls of dogs and the bellowing of terrified cattle erupted from the village's sides at that moment. It appeared as if all of the animals went insane in an instant. The cacophony of the night made my hair stand on end. All I wanted was for the night to be over as soon as possible. Time, on the other hand, stretches like rubber. It wasn't until well after midnight that it started to get cold. Naturally, none of us slept all night. We had a normal morning, and our strength had returned, but our heads were foggy. In the village, we heard from the locals that the cattle had been panicking all night in the barns and huts. and the dogs were howling from their hiding places. I'm still not sure what it was. Even decades later, I get the creeps upon recalling that night. That's when I realized that, in reality, man is just a tiny insect in the face of nature's boundless forces. Our Earth lives, breathes, radiates energy, both negative and positive. Birds and animals feel all this much better than we humans do, and before us. Apparently, it was a bitter breath of the Earth, upset by something, and we fell into this radiation, similar to infrasound, and experienced the horror. It's good that there was no panic. Friends, please write about what happened to geologists that night in your opinion. Don't forget to leave a like, and until the next stories. I hardly know where to begin. It's been 10 years, much has happened, and everything is already a little blurred and seems like a bad dream. Anyway, at the very first opportunity, I left not only my small homeland, but hoped that I would never see or hear anything like what was in the swamps again. I recall Aris's words and realized that it's impossible, but it's a little calmer now. And in the country where I am living in now, mushroom and berry picking usually means going to the store or a trip, which creates absolutely no need to distinguish mushrooms or know which side the moss grows on, unless you're a fan of living in some kind of cabin in the woods with the optional attack of wild animals or other such kind of sociopaths. And now I'm definitely not a fan, and in fact, never learned any of these, and I can't tell a fly agaric from a sarcodon. But my father can. From the age of 7 to 14, I always used to go with him to the forests and fields and collect what he would show me. As a rule, he also helped me in picking strawberries, though they were difficult to confuse with anything else. And perhaps that was when I started to travel. Trips with my father to the forest always made me happy. If we were driving somewhere in a short distance, it was usually on the weekend, but the best ones would be when my father had a vacation. That year my father took a vacation in September and got keen on picking cranberries. Of course I wanted to go with him, but the school didn't let me, so I had to come up with a little lie about a sudden illness. I don't remember what exactly was written in my sick note now, but it gave me a week of freedom. I had never seen how cranberries grow before, but I did have the internet, and so I roughly figured it out that our final point was somewhere in the swamps. By evening, Dad confirmed that we were going to conquer the taiga somewhere in the north of the region. We would be making our way through the dense chthonic forests to the bog, and collecting precious berries, and maybe mushrooms at the same time, and also shooting. We bought tickets to the settlement, which name consisted of 2 words that I don't remember exactly now. There, my father had some acquaintances who were supposed to take us on a transport to places less affected by civilization, and following actions were going to be decided after arriving at the place. Dad told Mom that one of the locals who knew every inch of that place would be with us, and that they almost served together since kindergarten and everything would be fine. Long story short, he convinced her. Actually, she still thinks that we just lost the backpack, because there were some difficulties on the way back and the cranberries that we simply couldn't find them. And we couldn't find them indeed, to be honest. The train was leaving early in the morning, so in the evening we packed all our things and went to bed early. The only thing left to do in the morning was to pack some food for the train to eat a couple of times during our 5-hour travel. Father said that a couple of boxes of instant noodles would be enough for us, but Mother insisted on fried chicken. Why not? After all, we would be on reserved seats. We took noodles as well to eat in the forest. The rest of the food consisted of either the police or the army's dry rations. By that time, Dad had been working in some dubious structure associated with economic crimes, where he applied after retiring from the tax police. I don't remember exactly what his service was called, but it wasn't dangerous or difficult, and we were getting canned meat and biscuits from there. After a short journey, chicken hams and sandwiches were gone. But father wolfed down a pack of noodles because he wanted something thin. We had had 3 cups of tea, but apparently it wasn't thin enough. 5 hours of our journey passed like that, and just a little later, we were in the village we needed to be. The population consisted of 8,300 and something people. There, father's friend named Aras was supposed to meet us, which, to be fair, happened. He came to pick us up in an old Volga, assuring that a more reliable transport would come for us soon. In the meantime, we would hang around at his house, drink tea with herbs and listen to delightful stories about how he had caught a 10-meter sterlet with his bare hands. Surely, Dad told him about a 20-meter pike in response, and they weren't even drunk yet. Aras didn't welcome alcohol, and father also believed that we still had a long way to go, so everyone would be fine with it. Well, I was 14 and didn't have a right to vote there at all. Soon our transport arrived. We lost maybe about an hour, which the man spent arguing about hunting and fishing, and I spent it looking at the intricate interior of Aras's apartment. While no one was looking, I took a hold and looked through various amulets and photographs taken in yurts, or something like it. I frankly do not understand much about them. On the shelves, I found books that seemed to be written in Cyrillic, but the language did not even partially resemble Russian. I also found several books in Latin. I concluded that Aras was a person of specific interests, and that he was a representative of some northern nationality. Well, it was obvious from the beginning. I was just embarrassed to bring it up. I was rudely pulled out of my thoughts by our driver named Grigori. Grisha, short for Grigori, honked twice under the windows, yelling, "Aras!" so that even dogs in the distance barked. I looked out of the window. A loaf of grey color turned out to be our more reliable transport. Aras, at that moment, pronounced that the car did its job and would allow us to drive very deep into the forest. There were mushrooms, berries, and whatever one wanted, including fowl, for which Aras took 2 guns with him, and fish. Fishing rods, as it turned out, were brought by Grigori. I won't say exactly how and where we went. Not because I don't want to, I just don't remember it. Only one detail is kept in my memory. The place where we left the car to continue the way on foot was called the Fox. In this Fox, Grigori had an agreement with a cloth-eared local granny, to whom we deposited our car in her wooden garage and our canned meat in her spare room. In the morning, we were supposed to start moving deep into the forest. The devilry began at night. I always slept badly in a new place, but back then, I got tired of the endless road, conversations, heavy backpack and all these herbal teas that diligently lulled one to sleep. So I knocked out like a dead man. However, because of the clean air, as there were forests and ponds around, I as quickly fluttered back into reality, rotating around a creaky axis as I had dived into the arms of Morpheus. It was warm in our room, even hot for me because I'd asked to sleep on the floor near the wall, which, in combination, was the back wall of the stove that heated the house. Everything inside it was burned out long ago, but the heat remained. The snoring of comrades was all around, but I heard something else through it. As I approached the door, I realized that it was human speech. But it was 4 in the morning and the granny lived alone. Carefully, I half opened the door, and, pleased that nothing had creaked from my actions, stepped out half a meter. Now I could see the kitchen, where the old woman was sitting at the table. The curtains were drawn in the room, blocking out any possible outside light, but a small candle was lit on the table. Granny was looking at the candle and muttering something, sometimes obviously asking questions, as I assumed by her intonation. I did not get the essence of her talks, and maybe it was for the best. I am still surprised that I didn't scream then, looking at the section of the wall illuminated by the trembling flame. I still shudder as I remember that shadow theater. First it was empty, but then, suddenly 3 small creatures came out onto the white limestone stage. Or rather, their shadows. And those shadows started to dance. The creatures were anthropomorphic, and their dance certainly looked like something ritual rather than a waltz, for example, and Granny kept asking them questions. At that moment I hid back into the room, where I spent about an hour and a half in the deadest dreamless sleep until my father woke me up. Then we packed up, had breakfast, and hit the road through the morning air and light fog. Granny looked worried, but she still walked us warmly enough. She even gave us a jar of jam, a piece of smoked lard, and some flatbreads. Grigory and Aras showed the path which led along to the forest, and father and I followed them. The area was wild, but the route was obviously popular since the path was clear-cut. When we went so deep that the village wasn't visible, I began to tell what had happened at night. Aras seemed to be listening with some interest, but then he joined the general flurry of jokes and stories about how they all had got up 33 times a night to go to the toilet, drink water, smoke, look at the forest at night, scratch the dog, and how I had slept like dead and hadn't got up until the morning. I decided not to argue with them. Actually, the beginning of the end was laid there. I won't be describing for a long time how we were in shock and how we couldn't understand anything. Straight to the point. The forest. It was like a flat decor. We did not see any living creatures, except for insects and worms. We didn't see any mushrooms or berries. Of course it was September outside, but it was still quite warm, which apparently the local greenery wasn't aware of. It was all kinds of wrinkled, although the ground under it was obviously not dry. The leaves on the trees were yellow too, and again, it was autumn already. Only conifers gave off yellowness too, and all the way along, we were hearing an unusual sound, which eventually started to annoy. It was as if somewhere in the distance, a swarm of locusts was buzzing, to which a herd of donkeys echoed in unison, and their voices mingled into something common. We were walking slowly while a chill down our backs was running very quickly. We stopped for a rest, even had collected a bag of mushrooms earlier. We found only one stump that wasn't struck by it. I don't know how many degrees it was, because back then it was difficult even with ordinary phones, and there wouldn't be any signal anyway to check the temperature on that ancient internet. The fact was that it was getting very cold. Dry trees there played into our hands. While I was setting a fire, my father and Grisha went to some river and tried to fish there. They returned quickly, saying that the fish soup would be with canned food since the entire shore was strewn with dead fish and frogs. So, even if we caught something, it couldn't be eaten. Consequently, we warmed up canned cereals and meat on the fire, added Granny's grubs, and spent the rest of the night talking. The man talked about all sorts of internal and external enemies that were poisoning our taiga, and I talked to myself on the topic that it would be better if I had gone to school. The night fell. Father and Grigory crawled away to the tents, having taken some cognac, which Grisha made himself, and I stayed with Aras. We made tea from bags and drank it with jam. looking through the rows of dead trees. The noise that we had been hearing all the way died down, and there was only a rumble of the wind and something else. Haras was the first to break the silence. He remembered what I had said in the morning. It wasn't like he didn't believe me at all. Actually, he was told similar things in childhood, but he had never seen such phenomena himself. I asked whether, theoretically, the old woman could be the reason for the fact that we were in the forest and still hadn't found the forest. He denied the fact and said he had no idea who she was getting answers to her questions from. I told him that maybe they were some kinds of spirits, and the question was whose. He laughed, answering that spirits were the same everywhere, and the real question was how to understand them and how to interact with them. He fell silent for a second and immediately clarified that this was all just theoretically, and he had only heard it from his older relatives. In the morning, nothing really changed. The noise of the donkey choir did not return. We talked it over and decided to go back, to ask the locals if it was worth looking for something here, and what had happened anyway. We got to the village, and here came a new circle of hell. There was no sign of the village. It hadn't burned down or some other cataclysm, but just a meadow and one house were standing, and that granny's house, only without the garage where our car had been left, or garden area. We approached and realized that it was the right place, but not quite. The ground under our feet became swampy, and the swamp itself appeared somewhere on the side. The house looked as if it had been under a marsh for some time. Inside, almost everything was gone as well, except for a few chairs and that same candle with the table. The stove continued to keep the lonely old woman warm, who managed to go blind. Having seen her white eyes, we exchanged glances with each other. Everyone knew for sure that the granny was cheerful, and sometimes she would only ask things again. Well, when we started to ask her questions, she chuckled. Then she put a sewn doll on her hand, in the form of some little man with a big head, and began to answer in a deliberately high voice that we had only one exit out of that place, through a special path, like this was the only way they would let us out. Grisha started to yell about where our car was, but all she did was just laughing and shoving the map at him. Dad dragged him out into the street. I took the map, and Aras tried to find out something more, and then also followed us. When I showed them the map, they said it was a nonsense and went to look for traces of the car. While wandering through the wasteland and jumping over bumps, we noticed that the forest around us had thickened to an impossible level and stood up like a dense wall. "The forest doesn't want us here," Aras said. Father and Grigori half-jokingly began to ask him how he got to such thoughts and that devilry didn't exist. Aras replied that he had no other ideas and it was obvious just looking around us. We wandered around for an hour or two and realized that we had three choices. To the granny's house, hoping that the problem would resolve itself, or to go along the only and quite wide path, as if it was made on purpose, which could have been passed if the transport had not vanished into thin air, or to wade through the thickest along the swampy area, which none of us recognized. We argued a little, and even I threw in my 2 cents, and nevertheless decided to go along that path to the place that was indicated by a cross in the map. As we were walking, we realized that there it was, the forest we'd come for. Grass, fresh air, a stream was gurgling loudly somewhere in the distance, birds were singing, mushrooms had stuck around stumps, and if it wasn't for the situation, we would probably start looking for, so to say, the gifts of nature. But at that moment, no one wanted anything. We, worried and completely lost, were moving to the point B. Grigory was sipping cognac, and father was smoking. All of these were happening under a loud cry of some small birdie, which was directly flooding everywhere. And for some reason, I remembered how the granny from a disappeared village had laughed at us. When we reached the place marked on the map with a cross, it turned out that there was no car or anything else. Only an ordinary meadow strewn with berries and mushrooms. In the center of it, there was a hill with corvids jumping and pecking something along it. We set up a tent, opened canned food, went to the stream for water, and started to think about our next action. Everyone was pretty tired, and we didn't have any idea of what exactly to do. Then I noticed that Grigory was somehow quiet, and that he was looking at those crows. But only I noticed that, and then decided that he might have some kind of dislike for crows, like I had for air travel, for example. We were sitting and eating. Then Nara suddenly started telling terrible stories that his grandmother had told him when he was a child, about some taiga demons and spirits, and somehow it made the atmosphere more depressive. Of course, we could sit and rest endlessly, but we were fed up with such kind of rest, and we decided to return to the granny and demand an answer, since there was no one else to ask. We got up, gathered together, packed our things, and suddenly we felt that something had changed, but we couldn't figure out what exactly. Suddenly, Aras's eyes widened in horror, and he took a step back. We turned around and saw a person standing there. It was a woman, dressed in long garments made of cloth, like sackcloth, on top of which patterns were applied with red paint. It would rather seem that she was a human being, and we could ask for the directions. But she had one oddity. She looked like an ordinary girl except for her head, which was of an owl. She was approaching, and we were retreating to the sounds that served as her speech. Suddenly, the air around us exploded in the same chorus of locusts and donkeys. It was very loud and very close. Through the noise, I heard my father screaming that he had recognized those sounds, and it was wood grouses talking. They were screaming like crazy, although it was autumn, and there were clearly so many of them that the branches should have sagged. But we never saw a single one. Of course, there was no time to look for them. A creature far beyond our comprehension was approaching us. Grigory was the first to lose his nerve, and screaming, ran along the path in the opposite direction. We looked at each other and ran after him. Father, gasping for breath, shouted that we wouldn't be leaving the path. We agreed, but it was impossible to do. There was no longer a direct way to the village, and the path split into many small threads, leading in different directions, dragging into uncharted corners of the thicket and luring into swamps. It didn't take rushing ahead Grigory a very long time to choose the direction, and he lunged to the right along one of the small paths, disappearing between the branches. I looked back and saw that the forest had also hidden the path to the meadow with crows from us. There was no more conventionally man-made path, and we were running over bumps and anthills, while bushes and small trees kept whipping our faces. The owl woman wasn't chasing us, and apparently she didn't even start to chase. But all the way along we were pursued by flocks of crows and the noise of lacking wood grouses. The birds weren't trying to attack us, but they were clearly cutting off our escape routes. I had never seen such behavior in them, and in that noise I seemed to hear words, but I couldn't claim that it was the polyphony shouting after us from the cradle of the forest.
Yay! Yay!
Something like that. We stopped when everything suddenly calmed down. and aggressive birds stopped flickering between the trees. There was a dead silence, filled with the otherworldly rumble of emptiness, and an already familiar dead forest around us. We didn't know where we were, and I had lost my backpack, but Dad didn't even notice it. Complete confusion, thoughts flying faster than crows. One would begin to remember prayers that never knew before. Grigory at that moment wiped his sweaty face with his sleeve, and then rubbed it with his palms, and fell heavily on a large cobblestone. Then he told us a story from which the blood in the veins became colder than from any forest demons. Sometime after the collapse of the Union, he went to the same places with some Urks whom he barely knew. Their goal was initially the same as ours, but then they met a lonely girl in the forest, probably from a local village or from some other settlements. Their goals quickly changed to the girl, and the alcohol they drank assured them of the correctness of their actions. The girl, of course, was not ready for such a turn of events, and began to break out of the clutches of former inmates. Grigory didn't particularly welcome their behavior, but he just thought that he would get both the girl and them at the same time, and started to catch her. That didn't come out right, and they fell into some kind of ravine. Nothing happened to him, but the girl smashed her head on a cobblestone. Those two were full of brains, so they decided to chop the deceased with an axe and put it in the sacks that they had with them, and then leave it in the ravine. Then Grigory began to hit alcohol hard, and he didn't remember the rest very well, but he woke up already in the village, where he had been brought in a trailer by his comrades. Well, then my father couldn't restrain himself. He cursed and punched Grisha right on the bridge of his nose, most likely breaking his nose. Grisha flew off the stone and began to crawl to the side, telling how he hadn't meant it, and so on. And Aras whispered to me that the local spirits had probably tasted the flesh of that girl and gave her something in return. Like, this was how shamans in the north were chosen, and since the spirits were the same everywhere, it was his theory then. He tapped me on the shoulder, adding that I had better stand where I was, and went to drag my father away from the alleged hero of the day, because the former had already taken up the club. Grigory, in his turn, was lying on the ground, sobbing, smearing blood, and weeping that he was frightened because he had recognized not only her but also a hill with crows, like there had been the same one on a ravine behind the hill. As his last words, the forest exploded with the cry of a bird again. Crows, first rushing across the sky, began to fall down like a stone, not crashing but changing and forming some kind of black substance that resembled a lake of boiling tar emitting a disgusting stench. The woman with the head of an owl also came out of the forest, which forced my father to finally retreat, but she was clearly walking towards her offender. I looked up again, and I saw giant, shapeless figures watching us from behind the trees. They were perfectly black in color, had many eyes, and small tentacles were visible on the sides of their entire body. They were not going to take an active part, but gave the go-ahead to the actions of their ward, who, like a fluff, tore Grigory off the ground and under his cries entered the black lake with him. We were fleeing again, and when we came to our senses, we were already near the village, which had returned into its regular pattern. Dad had lost his backpack as well, so in the end we had nothing, neither money nor our IDs. Gregory's car refused to start. Fortunately, Aras, who had been apologizing for such acquaintances for a long time, lent everything he had to us, saying that he would be able to get back somehow later, but for now he needed to talk to the old woman. In the end, we started to get lucky and very successfully left those places by hitchhiking. As I understood, my father eventually lost contact with Aras, The latter started to travel to those places more often, and after that he simply stopped picking up the phone or getting in touch. I don't know what happened to him. Father most likely isn't aware too, and didn't even try to find out. Gregory has never been found or seen. I have found information about his two accomplices, but I'm not sure. In an article in a small newspaper, it was written about two men being found near a small settlement lost in the taiga, in several sacks, in the form of a soup set. They were barely identified by the remnants of prison tattoos, and it happened not once long ago, but literally a couple of months before our trip. Well, this may be a pure coincidence, since Grigory never said the names of his friends, but I'm going to believe that we helped to put an end to this case. If only I could stop dreaming about this croaking black lake now. I wish I could. My last walking day is over. I exhaled, put on my backpack and went to the store, because tomorrow I was going to walk through the forest, breathe in the fresh air of pines and firs and relax. So the next morning I go in a minibus to the village with the strange name of the Mogilitsy. This is a small village, about 20 houses. The forest is all around. The only attraction is a sawmill about 3 kilometers away. The men mostly work there. I had a great vacation and was about to leave, but stopped at a rural store, and then, quite by chance, I found out that the sawmill is not the only one, and no attraction at all. In this place, timber is harvested. Planks are sawn and sent somewhere by rail. Well, what's interesting here? The attraction should be considered Uncle Grisha. The woman I met in the store all told me about it. This is interesting, I thought, and asked what Uncle Grisha was famous for. What I heard changed my plans to leave this village with an uncomfortable name. Uncle Grisha's house was not far from that store. The housing was no different from the others. The house is solid, well maintained. A clapboard roof over the gate, a spacious courtyard. The master's hand was felt in everything. The owner himself met me on the porch. In appearance he was about 60 years old. He doesn't look like a hero, but he has a strong physique. He wears grey trousers, a blue t-shirt and galoshes on his feet. A man like a man. We went to his village house. It was clean, cozy, comfortable. "This is my hostess, Maria." Uncle Grisha pointed to a woman of his age who cooked at the stove. Having learned about the purpose of my arrival, Uncle Grisha asked me to drive the car into the garage. Then we sat with him on the glazed veranda at the table. We were drinking vodka, specially bought by me for this occasion, and we had a snack of salted mushrooms and pot-bellied cucumbers. There was a pot of potatoes on the table. Steam was pouring off it. We started smoking. Uncle Grisha began to talk slowly. It was 3 years ago, on June 18. I remember exactly. I have a son, Timka, who lives in a neighboring village, Ilyushina. His village is bigger than ours. There's a club, a school, 3 shops. It takes about 12 kilometers to get to it by a long road, but by a fast forest road somewhere around 5. One day I decided to visit my son and help him build a bathhouse. Of course I could have taken the bus, but I decided to walk. It was summer and very warm. Although the road is wooded, it is well formed. Young people often go to the club on motorcycles, and so in the summer people only drive cars. So I went with the tools in my bag, and next there a hacksaw. The forest is noisy, birds chapper, grasshoppers chirp in the grass, and so I wanted to sit, listen to the sounds of the forest. I sat down on a fallen birch tree and lit a cigarette. and I was dreaming or fell asleep. In a word, I woke up from the fact that a cigarette burned my finger. I put out my cigarette and went on. There's nothing left to go at all. Now there's a sawmill around the corner on the left hand, and there is another 2 kilometers on foot. The sawmill is usually not visible behind the forest, but it's very audible. Saws usually squeal, wagons on the sidings clack, skidders are overworked. That's the turn. However, then the usual noise of a working sawmill was not heard. I stopped. It was very strange, it even became scary. The sawmill has been scaring birds for many years, and today it's silent. And I decided to look in. What could have happened there? It was standing 100 meters away, not much. I turned around, but I didn't find the sawmill there. I already broke out in a cold sweat. The village stood there. 2 small streets. Huts blackened by time. It was a strange village. No electric poles, no television antennas. The naked bellied kids are running around the street. The women at the well are gossiping about something. I closed my eyes. I think I imagined everything. Opened? No. There's a village in place. I leaned on a part of the fence. My legs are shaking. I remembered how my father told me that there was another village near Mogilitsy before the war, Karpovka. He was born in it, and soon after the war in the 60s, they decided to settle the village as I'm promising. Exactly. Almost all the men were killed in the war. The old man Paham was the only one who remained, but he lives in Mogilitsy now. And as for women, they did not defend the village. People left that place, and then a sawmill was built on the side of the village. So the sawmill has been making noise since the middle of the last century. But now, the village has ceased to exist. The fear gradually passed. So I climbed over the fence, walked along the street. The village lives its own life and doesn't pay any attention to me. It's like I'm not there. I turned into an alley. I was walking down another street. A man of about 40. The woman is with him. I hear them talking, but I can't make it out. They were laughing. They drove by. No one paid any attention to me. I decided to prove myself and asked some guy who was chopping wood where I got to. Hardly had I stepped toward him when suddenly I heard a voice from behind. If you talk to anyone, you'll stay here forever. It was a familiar voice. I turned around and cold streams ran down my back. Varvara Zhukova is standing in front of me. This is a woman from our village Mogilitsy. About 2 years ago she went to the forest to pick berries, and no one saw her anymore. They searched for her, then they mourned her. Then Varvara's husband, Semyon Zhukov, sold the house and went to his daughter. "Run," she whispered and walked towards the well. Only the buckets on the yoke swayed. That's where I got scared. I don't know where the strength came from. I ran out of the fence. The tool bag was banging against my legs. I stopped for a minute, caught my breath, pushed my bag into the ravine where a special tree grows, so that I would find it at any time. Then I ran. Hiryushino has already become visible. I ran to the first house, and then my strength left me. I fell and couldn't get up. I woke up in the hospital. Maria is sitting by the bed. Timka is standing in the doorway. When Maria saw me looking at her, she started crying. Timka jumped up. "Dad, where have you been? Where have you been, Dad?" He was crying. And why are they so worried? I left the house at 9. Now the clock on the wall over there showed 11. In 2 hours without hurrying. Are we going to put a bad house? I looked at Timka. Then Maria took my hand. "Grishenka, where have you been for a whole year?" I remembered everything. It turned out that I went to the neighboring village for a whole year. I couldn't understand it in any way. Then my torment began. At first the police. Earlier they started a search case and searched for me for a whole year. Now that I have been found, The case needs to be closed. The district police officer, of course, did not believe my story, although faithfully wrote it down word for word. Then it got even worse. I was taken to the regional center. There in the hospital, I told my story dozens of times. No one believed me. For a week I lay all tangled up in wires. Then even 2 days in a psychiatric hospital. They didn't find any abnormalities in the psyche. They let me go home, but when I was discharged, the professor looked at me mysteriously. I returned home closer to autumn. I wanted to go get the tool back right away. I bought that new axe right with the axe handle 2 days before that incident. Maria wouldn't let me go. Only the old man Pahom believed my story. When I described to him a peasant and a woman who met me on a cart in the village, my grandfather even jumped out of his chair.
So, this is my brother Mitka with his Leona and his red mare.
The old man looked at me as if I had been to the next world.
Only Mitka disappeared in the war. Mitka was killed in the 44th, and Leona has been dead for 20 years already.
On the same day, old Pahom and I went to get a tool. I found the tree near the ravine quickly, a noticeable tree. The sawmill rattled nearby. After digging almost the entire ravine, we did not find the bag with the tool. They found a piece of rusty iron. I wanted to throw it back into the ravine, but the old man Pahom saw the outline of an axe in the piece of rust, just without an axe handle. The old man Pahom died last year. I haven't told this story to anyone else. It was after midnight when Uncle Grisha finished his story. The empty bottle was on the table. There were cigarette butts piled up in the ashtray. "Wait, I'll be right there," he said and went out into the yard. A minute later he returned, put a package on the table. I looked at him questioningly. The package contained a solid piece of rusty metal, in which an axe was unmistakably guessed. Judging by the rust, it lay in the ground or in the water no less than a century. I couldn't help but believe Uncle Grisha, but I couldn't believe it either. The 21st century is outside the window. All miracles are described and exposed. The axe, or rather what's left of it, is also not proof. You never know since when it was lying in a ravine. Well, he couldn't rust like that in a year. But the fact that Uncle Grisha was not in the village for a year is a fact. A search case, if there is one, is also a fact. We got up early in the morning. I decided to unearth this case to the end. The bag with an axe Uncle Grisha gave to me without hesitation. He wanted to get to the truth as much as I did. Upon arrival in the city, the first thing I did was go to the police. It's true. On June 18, 2013, Grigory Pavlovich Budakov left home in the morning for the village of Ilyushino and went missing. The search yielded nothing. But on June 18, 2014, at about 11 a.m. he was found unconscious at the house number 2 on Ryabinova Street in the village of Ilyushina. Now I was sure that Uncle Grisha had told me the truth. The police chief, after listening to my story, offered the help. The axe was packed, sealed as it should be, and sent to the expert technical section of the department. It remained only to wait. Almost a month has passed. The expert opinion is on the table in front of me, with signature, seals. It follows from it that the axe has lain in the water for no less than 70 years. But it's not so important. There were axes before the war too. You never know how it got into the ravine. Something else is amazing and cannot be comprehended. The brand of the manufacturer was found on the axe. Many thanks to the experts. So the plant began to put such a brand of a new sample on consumer goods since January 1, 2012. After receiving the document, I immediately went to Mogilitsy. Uncle Grisha's house greeted me with neatly boarded up windows. The neighbor explained that Grigory, about a week after my leaving, together with Maria went into the forest. They didn't come home or to their son. Then they were looking for them, but... And I know where they are. I see them, happy walking down the village street. A village living outside of time and space. My friends, what do you think happened to Grigory? Write about it in the comments. And now, the next story. I first heard this story when I was a child, from my aunt. In her youth, she liked to scare her nephews with various horror stories at night when we were staying with her. Or she came from Tagil to Novosibirsk, of course not in completely creepy versions, without gory details, and smoothing out the sharp points. My brothers and I listened to her stories like fairy tales, although, to tell the truth, I believed in them. Her stories were about a soldier with a snake, about a sleepwalker, and many other interesting things. But the story that I will retell now, much later, I was surprised to hear again from my friend, who was the same age as my aunt. And just like my aunt, he was a native of the mine named of 3rd International District. Moreover, he claimed that he himself was a direct witness of those mysterious events. Most likely, these events took place somewhere at the junction of the 50s and 60s of the 20th century. The place of events is the San Donato station, on the outskirts of Nizhny Tagil, or the mine named of 3rd International. My friend was about 12 or 14 years old at the time. With his friends, he liked to lie down somewhere in the grass on a hill near the railway track in the summer evenings after running for a day and watch the passing trains, especially for passenger trains. In them, outside the windows of the wagons, there was another life, distant, unfamiliar and inviting. For guys from the Ural countryside, evening gazing at the railway was an exciting entertainment. Maybe even more entertaining than, for the spoiled current kids, is a new game on the PlayStation. Often the company of the kids was a 25-year-old dude Mitka, a guy with oddities, a local fool, although no one has ever noticed any specific oddities on his part. So he talked all sorts of nonsense, like a stupid boy, and giggled constantly. For this, he was considered a fool. He didn't find a common language with his peers, maybe also because he couldn't stand vodka. And by nature, he was very sociable, so he rubbed with teenagers. Mitka did not have a permanent place of work, although he was hard-working and non-drinker. He helped with loading and unloading wagons at the station every day, or laid logs with boards at the sawmill. Even if he was silly, he was physically strong and hardy. So that's how he worked and lived. Yes, probably he received some kind of pension from the state due to his mental disability. From the parent who died tragically, the guy got a small house on the edge of the street along the railway. The kids often visited Mitka at home. In an unkempt house, children could fool around to their heart's content, without fear of breaking anything. Already, as they say, everything was broken before we came. But it wasn't just the freedom that attracted the boys. Mitka was also a great artist. All the walls of the small hut were covered with his drawings. Moreover, according to the story of my friend, Mitka's pictures looked very good, no worse than a real artist. And our fool wrote poetry, only he didn't write them down anywhere. He would read it out improvising, and then he would forget it himself. But he remembered something. Then he recited these verses at the request of the audience. Especially his poems were liked by women from the station, where he worked part-time, to listen to about love. Mitka sometimes composed such verses that the women cried, and all the people reprimanded the unlucky guy. It's time for you to get married, Mitya. You see what a beard you've grown for yourself, but you don't have a bride. It's not good for a healthy man to disappear without his wife. But Mitka avoided serious relationships with women. Or rather, he was even afraid of girls, and the girls probably didn't take him seriously. A fool. He was a fool. So a hefty young man has been living as a virgin for a quarter of a century, and his beard was big, like a wood goblin, black and unkempt, sticking out in all directions. His hair was also not seen by the barber's scissors. From the outside, Mitka looked like devil, except without a tail and horns. Even the guy's ears were slightly pointed at the ends, like a demon's, but they were hidden by the ever-tousled hair on his head. But despite such a demonic appearance, the guy's character was angelic. Mitka was a kind and harmless man. One day, when my friend was still a child, with his friend and Mitka, on a sunset June evening, according to their custom, they stared at the trains passing along the rails. Trains rarely passed through the small station, and passenger trains did not stop at all, so only the course was slowed down by tipping the wheels past. But when it was already getting dark, and the little company was going to go home after seeing off the last train, the unexpected happened. A human figure deftly jumped down from the tail of the last wagon. The shadow jumped down and froze on the sleepers, squatting down. The boys stopped in amazement, and the figure slowly straightened up and began to look around. When she turned to face them, the boys and Mitka's jaws dropped. It was a woman, and besides, she's very attractive on the face. Because of the grass on the hill where the guys were sitting, the woman did not see them. She stood between the rails and stared intently at the bushes and trees adjacent to the railway. Then, after making sure that there were no witnesses to her acrobatic jump, she calmed down. Shaking her head, the woman let down a thick shock of jet black hair, and she began to pull off her bloomers. In those years, such a form of women's clothing was popular. The dumbfounded boys involuntarily rose from their hiding place to get a better look at the unprecedented spectacle. And then the guys met the stranger's gaze. The woman's face showed no emotion. Only her eyes sparkled in the twilight. She opened her mouth, either smiling broadly or about to shout something. The guys, having frozen, saw an even row of teeth with small fangs, which made the smile look like an animal grin. My friend told me that he didn't feel fear at the first moment. In addition, her fangs were slightly larger than those of ordinary people, and there was something threatening about the woman's appearance. But then, the inexplicable happened. The strange woman deftly got on all fours and galloped away along the railway track, and after a few tens of meters, where the forest was almost adjacent to the track, she jumped down, disappearing behind bushes and birches. The stunned guys stood frozen in place, unable to utter a word. Mitka was especially impressed by what he saw. His tousled hair had completely gone up. The bearded jaw dropped and didn't close in any way. He stood staring with bulging eyes in the direction where the mysterious stranger had disappeared. The boys, who came to their senses, had to shake him vigorously for a few minutes to bring him to his senses. Since that evening, Mitka has become a different person. Previously talkative, the young man became lonely and silent. He walked immersed in some thoughts that he didn't share with anyone. He answered questions at random and very rarely left the house. He was sitting in his hut, drawing pictures one by one, where the main character everywhere turned out to be a beautiful woman with flowing black hair and sparkling eyes. The rumor about what happened that late evening, of course, spread throughout the small village. But no one seriously believed in children's fairy tales. Only some old ladies, as usual, mumbled that soon there will be trouble. It was funny. But this time, the old ladies were not mistaken. It started with the fact that one of the local residents disappeared. The woman went to the forest for mushrooms and didn't return. In fairness, it should be noted that similar tragic cases have occurred before, but this rarely happened. Since childhood, people have known there are forests in the vicinity of the bare stone like the back of their fingers, and the woman had no need to go deeper into the dense thicket for mushrooms. Then there were plenty of mushrooms and berries in the forest, and in the vicinity of the San Donato station, they generally grew underfoot. The missing woman was searched for throughout the village, but was never found. A week later, the second disaster happened. This time, a young girl who recklessly plunged into the forest alone disappeared without a trace. Then there was a rumor about a wolf pack and man-eating bear. People have become less likely to go to the forest for mushrooms and berries, and if they did, it was only in company, and the more people, the better. Mitka was the only one who didn't care about anything. On the contrary, he began to go to the forest very often. Mitka even stopped working part-time at the station and the sawmill. Every day in the morning, with or without a basket as if for a walk, he went to the thicket, frightening the whole village. He was already returning late in the evening. Mitka was tired, but happy. After another human loss, Mitka was taken to the police, but they did not get confessions from the eccentric guy. Moreover, after being held behind bars for a week or two, they were released home. Since, while he was locked up, another woman disappeared who fell behind in the forest from her friends, and soon, someone's hunting dog found a human hand in the forest. The fact that the hand belonged to the missing last woman was determined by the ring remaining on the finger. So people concluded that the human species was not involved in a series of tragedies. The disappearance and death of the unfortunate were explained by the attacks of animals, wolves or a bear. After that, hunters and huntsmen shot several predators. Then people stopped disappearing. Only sometimes goats and dogs began to disappear in the houses of the village located along the railway line. But the police no longer paid attention to such trifles. The main thing is that people have stopped disappearing, and goats have often been run over by trains and lost in the woods before. Mitka, after being in the police, became completely lonely. Maybe he was offended by the whole world, or he began to be afraid of people. He constantly went into the forest and stayed there, and when the autumn cold came, and there was nothing to do there, he sat down in his hut and almost did not show his bearded face. Even before the welcome guests, children, he did not let them into the house now. Almost in winter, one of the neighbors noticed that for the third day Mitka was looking out of his window, which was visible from the street, without changing his pose. Even when they wave hello to him, he does not react in any way. Suspecting something was wrong, he went into the house, and they were speechless with horror. Not all of Mitka was looking out of the window, but only his severed head, standing on the windowsill. The whole floor of the hut is covered with blood. The walls with pictures were also splattered with blood, but his body was never found. When examining the scene of the tragedy, the police arrived and found interesting details. Everything pointed to the fact that for a long time the guy had not lived alone in his hut. Behind a curtain in the corner, two single beds were pushed together. According to the children who had been in the house before, Mitka used one bed. Women's clothes were scattered everywhere in his house, which may have been left over from his mother and had previously been in the box. Many other points indicated the recent presence of a second person in the house. Most likely some woman lived with him. But unfortunately, the investigation that has begun has not yielded results, and the people in the village could not calm down. If an elusive killer has already reached such a forest devil as Mitka, then how can ordinary people escape? Some old ladies knew the exact answer. They believed that everything that happened was the work of hands or rather the paws of a werewolf. Some, especially elderly ladies, even remembered a similar case from their early childhood. It all ended with the fact that the village people were driven to panic by the unknown and horror stories from old ladies. So one quiet night, people boarded up the door with shutters in Mitka's empty house and set it on fire. The old house flared up like a match. When the buzzing flames engulfed the entire building and made their way inside, the passers-by surrounding the conflagration suddenly were numb with horror. From the depths of the burning hut, there was a roar, louder than the crackling of fire. Someone was struggling desperately in the house, trying to get out, and a minute later, there was just a terrifying roar. The village dogs barking earlier instantly fell silent, as if on command, huddled in their doghouse. Firefighters were called late. When the fire was extinguished, only a black chimney and a couple of logs from the walls remained. And in the morning, clearing the rubble of firebrands and ashes, the investigators found the remains of a human body, charred beyond recognition. Even the sex of the deceased person in the fire was not possible to determine. But one detail surprised everyone. In an even row of teeth preserved in a sooty jaw, fangs unusual for a normal person stuck out like two peaks. What do you think, my friends? Was it really a werewolf? Maybe it was someone else? I am waiting for your opinion in the comments. I will be grateful for likes and subscriptions. Catch you later in other stories.